This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Morning, boys and girls. Ready to rock and roll on a beautiful Wednesday. It's the day we do it a little earlier. That's right. We got a little inside the paint coming your way here at the top of the hour. Just had some news here with PJ Tucker opting out of his deal, which that's expected. It sucks, but it's expected because the man does deserve a multi-year deal, even at his age, and somebody's going to give it to him. And I got to tell you something. We do have some news, and I'm sure the guys are going to talk about it. And maybe I should reach out to him. Keith Pompey, friend of the program, been covering the Sixers for a long time. He broke the news that Daryl Morey is actually interested in PJ Tucker. And not only is he interested in PJ Tucker, he's interested in PJ Tucker to the extreme that he's willing to trade Matthias Thybulle, I think that's how it's pronounced, Matthias Thybulle. And I like Thybulle because he's kind of a defensive guy, and you could develop that, hopefully that 3 to make him a really good 3-and-D guy because he's really a good defender. But they're willing to move Thybulle to create cap space to offer PJ Tucker a 3-year, $30 million deal. Now, Keith Pompey is a very good reporter. Daryl Morey's crazy enough that he would be willing to do something like that. So that's kind of a twist. And this is why the NBA offseason is absolutely phenomenal. Not that I'm saying this is phenomenal news. It sucks. But in a way, hey, listen, Mickey hasn't had to spend for a while. He may have to go into the luxury tax from here on out. I mean, if Riley has to make his final run, he has to come knocking on the door saying, yo, Mickey, if you want me to complete this, I need to do a couple things. We're going to have to pay a tax. I mean, it's just hard to keep staying under the tax and then waiting for that moment. And you see what the Warriors are willing to do, and other teams are going to be willing to do and pay the tax. So Miami's going to have to, sacrifice a little bit here. Not that Mickey hasn't done it in the past. He has, but it may be the time now. I mean, this window's this small. You got to take advantage of this window right now with Butler. You better get on this whole thing. Make sure you keep Tucker. Make sure you go out and get that star next to Jimmy, whether it's Donovan Mitchell or whatever. I saw the whole Bradley Beal thing yesterday where they reported that, he's opting in and all that to his final option on that. And Bradley tweeted out, wait, what? Like, I haven't said anything, that kind of stuff, which we all know he's not really going anywhere. He's going to opt in and he's going to get his long-term contract like, he deserves there in Washington. That's probably what's going to end up happening. But I saw the news with Keith Pompey, and I'm saying, okay, well, you kind of were wondering, okay, what, because, we talked about a lot of yesterday with Anthony Chang, a lot of the contenders don't have cap space. Well, here's one willing to trade a young piece of theirs, which, by the way, I got to tell you something. For them to trade Thibault, I think is kind of dumb because that kid still has a future and he can play. But that it shows you that even the Embiid window is much longer and bigger than Jimmy Butler's window. His window's another year or two. You're going to have Embiid for 5, 6, 7 more years easily. So you have a much longer window to take advantage, right? Yet they want to make the PJ Tucker move, reportedly, according to Keith Pompey. So this offseason, is already heating up for the Miami Heat, and we're going to find out, how far are they willing to go in order to try to challenge for a championship. So we got a little developing news already there. And over the next hour from 9 to 10, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro will be talking 1 hour of hardcore Heat and NBA basketball. They've got all kinds of different stories to talk about. So you will be entertained and you will be informed for the next hour with the boys. They'll be joining us in a couple of minutes. So I saw that story and it was like, okay, interesting. You got already competition for PJ Tucker, and it didn't take very long for all of that to show up. All right. Let's see. What do we have here on the chat board? Greater Good is in. Yes, he beat Chapman. That's right. Wishing Jamie Zorrilla a quick recovery. Yes, we need to hear from Jamie. Too Extreme is in the house. Tony Masker says you do a great show. Thank you, Tony. Thank Sean and thank all of our great insiders and our amazing, amazing sponsors. It's teamwork, man. We need an audience like you, Tony, and everybody else. We need amazing sponsors so we can put together great content and lock that content in. And, we're trying, man. We're trying and we're growing. Today we're adding the new segment with Showtime as Danny Sabatello is getting ready for Bellator 282 on the 24th here this weekend. And so we're going to have the man fighting out of the top team in Sunrise. So he's going to be on with us at noon. So not only do we cover basketball on a daily basis and we cover our football teams on a daily basis, and we got the Canes, we got hockey, we got NHL and Panther coverage on a year-round basis. Nobody does any of that stuff. Nobody comes even close to doing any of that stuff. So I appreciate the compliment, but I want you to know, Tony, that it's everybody, man. And that's why I tell you guys it's very important to smash the like button. It's very important for you guys to subscribe to our second channel too, the Big O Show Cuts channel. We got to get that to 1,000 very quickly. We need to get that quickly over to 1,000. All of these little things become one big thing, and we just crossed a year on June 14th here. And kind of very little to no fanfare, by the way. We went through our 1-year anniversary, but we've grown a ton in one short year. And so thank you, Tony. And we're looking to grow even more with your help, man. So thank you all out there. So like, subscribe. You want to donate, Cash App or Venmo, whatever, whatever you want to do. Visit our sponsors. All of those things will make us better. Canes 1989 is in. Dana Buse, I like it. Nick is in. Keep up the great work. Thank you. And again, it's been a pleasure. We've been at this for just over a year now. A year and June 14th was the year where we restarted it. So just over a year, and it's been an amazing year. In 1 year, we've added all of these insiders, all of these sponsors, and today we add Showtime at noon with our boxing / MMA segment. And so we're excited, man. And hopefully we'll add a UFC segment also to the show. We'll keep rounding it all out. So we have every sport covered on the program. So it doesn't matter. So when you download the show, or if you just want to hear Ira and Clay, or if you just want to hear Ira or Anthony's segment, or you just want to hear Omar or Cam or whatever, we slice it up that way, a la carte. So you guys can download whatever part you want. You want to listen to George Richards and David Dwork talk about hockey and what's going on with the Panthers in the offseason. That's kind of the way we do it here on the program. So we appreciate all of you out there, man, and everything that you guys are doing. All right, let's bring the boys aboard. Yes, Ira, take off your glasses. There we go. All right. I already talked about it, gentlemen. My buddy Keith Pompey does an excellent job of covering the Sixers. The offseason for the NBA has way more drama than the regular season, right? It goes playoffs, offseason, then regular season, probably in that kind of order. And now we've got this whole thing with Matthias Thybulle. They're willing to move the young piece to create a 3-year, $30 million deal for PJ Tucker. So the competition is already starting, gentlemen.
It's interesting. We knew when PJ opted out, he wanted more money, but he also wanted leverage. And that's what he's created by opting out. So the question becomes this. Remember during the playoffs, of course, Joel Embiid said when the Sixers are eliminated, we need more tough guys. He mentioned PJ Tucker. Perfect leverage. Then PJ can opt out of his contract to get a little bit more or a lot more leverage. So now all of a sudden, and I wrote about this in my Ask Ira, the Heat can give PJ Tucker, without impacting their other exceptions, without impacting cap space or anything, they can give him a 3-year, $27 million deal. Guys, both of you, before we heard this story out of Philadelphia, would you have felt comfortable giving a 37-year-old power forward a 3-year, $27 million contract?
No,
Either one of you.
But considering what you're trying to do, I get it. And the back end of these deals, you're going to have to sacrifice. But if you want to make a championship run and you've got all these teams doing it and your window's this big because of Butler and Lowry's shelf life, you have to do it. You have no choice.
And the question to follow up before we go to Clay would be this, would the Heat have considered that before this possibility? Or is this the typical, there's no free agency tampering, but someone who knew PJ Tucker spoke to someone who knew an agent, spoke to someone who knew the Sixers, said, hey, what's your best deal going to be when we're actually allowed to talk? Then you can chop it back to the Heat. Hey, I've got $330, but I love you guys, so I'm going to give you the hometown discount, no state income tax, 3 years, 27. So where I think the Heat might not have before, no, PJ, let's do 2 years. I wrote in my Ask Ira at Sentinel.com. Let's do 2 years. We'll incentivize the third year. If you play X amount of games the first 2 years, we'll give you the full money in the third year. They might not have that option now. That's how it goes. This is all about, and until June 30th and the start of negotiations, and July 6th and the start of signings, all about leverage. We are now seeing, Clay, you can take over from here. We're now seeing the first leverage play.
Yeah, but Clay, I think Ira left out the most important ingredient. I don't know if you'll agree with me. What happened here was we realized how freaking important PJ Tucker is.
100%.
And so did the Heat.
Yeah.
And I think that's what ends up forcing all of this. Go ahead.
And I think that gets back to what you were saying about the window, and it's, do you go all in now? And like when I say all in, I mean like you sacrifice 2-3 years down the road where you are going to be paying over market value for somebody who, at that point may not be able to contribute all that much. And that's tough. And we're going to get into all of this. As a matter of fact, we'll lead off with PJ Tucker if Sean's listening to me, because I know we're up against the break. But the question you have to ask yourself is, the leverage plays, all that. Can you put together a better roster by looking around the league and potentially going elsewhere? And I also think there's something with this PJ Tucker opt-out, and I want Ira to kind of get into the weeds on this. Can you time this thing where you may re-sign him but potentially do something else? We'll get into that and a lot more.
There you go. There's a ton to talk about. The drama in the offseason already builds. And don't forget, this is the only platform in South Florida, the only outlet in South Florida that will be at the Vegas Summer League for 10 days, pretty much out there from the 7th through the 15th, so almost 10 days, something along those lines. So we're going to be covering all of that for you, wall to wall, talking to Ira, to Anthony, and all of the NBA people out there in Vegas. All right, get ready, baby. Hardcore hour of basketball coming your way. Ira and Clay right here. It's the Sloman's Inside the Paint Show next.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield Security System and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome. Time for Inside the Paint on the eve of the NBA draft. And I think tomorrow night is going to be extremely active. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Miami Heat are involved in some of that. And Iris, we'll get to that in a little bit, but I want to start with what Big O kicked off the show with us, and that's the PJ Tucker situation. And so kind of take us through the mechanisms here. Why would PJ Tucker opt out? And is there a way that this could potentially benefit the Heat in the short term? We understand the long term with the leverage play, but is there a way that since he opted out, they can time this thing and potentially add another piece to help out the roster?
There's a couple of factors at play. The most basic factor at play is this, is you can always get a raise like in life in the NBA the next year in your contract if you opt out. So PJ Tucker can opt out of $7.3 million and just come back for $8.4 million because of what they call the non-bird exception. You can usually build such a contract for more than 3 years. However, the NBA has what they call an over 38 rule. It used to be over 36 rule. We've all aged up in life, so they moved it to the over 38. Basically, it means if you go beyond a 3-year contract, sort of like the NFL, the money gets averaged back into your salary cap. So in other words, if you were to give PJ Tucker a 4-year deal or a 5-year deal, those years would be averaged into the first 3, making it a difficult salary cap hit. So what you have is the option of this, is you can bring PJ back on a 1-year deal at $8.4 million, 2-year deal at about $17 million, 3-year deal at about $27 million. You get the progressive raises there. So it behooves PJ, who had a very good season, and had to sign below market last summer because Milwaukee didn't want to go into the tax, didn't want to wind up in the stratosphere like the Warriors let him go, even after he helped them win the NBA championship in 21. So the Heat can now give him more. PJ can now get more. The question is, do you want to be paying a 40-year-old NBA power forward over $10 million 3 years out? Yes, PJ keeps himself in great shape, but age has a way at 40 years old of changing you. I mean, look, Udonis Haslem was 40 years old 2 years ago and wasn't even a factor for the Miami Heat when they were paying him. The timing doesn't matter as much, Clay, for this reason. The Heat are going to be above the salary cap anyway. The Heat probably will be or close to being a luxury tax team on the apron or close to that. The only question comes in, will the Heat be a hard cap team? And if you're a hard cap team, it means everything together. You can't go over $155 million in your payroll. That's where a little bit extra could become problematic when you're trying to bring back a Caleb Martin, if you're trying to bring back a Victor Oladipo, or if you suffer a devastating injury and get an NBA salary cap exception to bring in another player, If you're hard cap, the league might say, God forbid, Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry out for the season. Here's an additional, it'd probably be around $8, $9, maybe $10 million for another player. If you're hard capped and you're right at that 155, you can't spend the extra money. So it all sort of factors into the way you want to handle your offseason. And again, you prioritize. Most important player, Jimmy Butler. Second most important player, Bam Adebayo. Arguably, we can go back and forth. I'm going to say third most important player, Tyler Hero. Maybe number 4, Kyle Lowry. But then you're getting into the PJ Tucker area. Well, in the NBA, if a guy is your number 5 or your number 6, he's an important player and therefore becomes a prioritized player regardless of his age.
Make sure to drop your questions, your comments, and I know there are a lot of rumors out there, and feel free to drop whichever ones you have heard, and we'll get to them along the way. The thing with PJ Tucker is, we're kind of putting him in this age category, and yet he didn't look like a 37-year-old during the season. So it does make you wonder if there's a way that, does his game potentially age better? Does he age better? And there are certain people like Tom Brady who, because of the work that they put in on their body, because I'm sure of some level of genetics, maybe it's all the energy drinks that PJ Tucker drinks, whatever it is.
LeBron's another one of those players. And just to interject, and I've said this many times on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show over the last few weeks, I felt that PJ Tucker is 37 going on 32. And Kyle Lowry is 36 going on 40. So it depends where you're trending. But the reality is the older you get, even with the best body, injuries become more of a threat and more of a risk. They just do. No matter the plyometrics you do, if you're Tom Brady, no matter everything LeBron does relentlessly in the offseason. We've seen this with LeBron, Clay, in the last 2 years or so, a little bit more of those ticky-tack, knick-knack injuries that do add up. So, yes,
that's true.
PJ Tucker might meet the Heat requirement as the best conditioned, toughest, meanest 37-year-old in the NBA, but he's still a 37-year-old, and you're still talking a 3-year contract. And honestly, except for the last few years, no one would ever have thought about extending any level of quality money to a 40-year-old NBA player, right?
Well, of course not. Of course not. Let me ask you this. So this would be the 3-year full mid-level, correct?
No. This would be 3 years not built on mid-level. They could do
not
that also.
Not built on the mid-level.
This would be 3 years built on his non-bird exception. The money would be so negligible to give him the mid-level that you probably could work beyond without it and preserve that. Simply by telling PJ, do you want better players around you? Do you want Caleb Martin? Do you want Victor Oladipo?
Right.
Do you want free agent X? So you can do the 3-year, $27 million deal I just mentioned with PJ Tucker without touching a single exception. Yes, Philly might be able to trump it with 330, but honestly, you're getting back into the state income tax. And the fact is that PJ is not living here. He's living back home in Texas, went to University of Texas, has a place in Houston, another non-state income tax. So honestly, the Heat's 327 probably financially trumps the 76ers 3-year 30 if they can move Tybal.
Plus, it's so worth it if you're sitting there doing your TurboTax. Like, you don't have to go through the
whole other table.
Probably
X,
has its own. By the way, as I said, make sure to drop your questions. There was a good one I want to get to in a second. I know we're kind of getting into the weeds here, but I do think that these are things that are kind of important. So, the NBA salary cap. Do we have a projection like in 3 years? And the reason why I'm asking this is, we're coming off the COVID year a couple of years ago, and we know it's like a ramp up to get back to where we probably should have been relative to the salary cap and the average of it. So is there a world where in 3 years we're looking back at this contract potentially and it's like, oh, well, it seemed crazy at the time, but the cap goes up X amount, and it doesn't seem quite as crazy.
Yes, percentage-wise, it wouldn't. There's a couple of factors in play. Also, 3 years out, after the next 2 seasons, Kyle Lowry's money disappears off your books. Right, now, I don't know if they're going to bring him back or not, but Clay, I will say this. Jimmy Butler's going to get into the $50 million single-year salary range. You have Bam Adebayo's extension. You likely will have a Tyler Hero extension. You possibly will bring in a mid-level player for at least 3 years who will go out to $14 million or so that year. And can you get rid of Duncan Robinson? I think the Heat's view, short-term for sure, I even think long-term, is this will be a above the salary cap team. So to your question, would an extra $10 million to PJ Tucker put the Heat in a bad place? Outside chance, yes. If Tyler's not re-signed and they go with a cheaper version and send him out for an expiring contract, some of the possibilities we mentioned. where you trade Tyler, you bring in a Jeremy Grant for 2 years, and that money's off the books also.
Mm-hmm.
So it really matters to this. The Heat have been very good at saying, we are going to have our off seasons of decision for cap. We know that they did that in 2010 when they got Bosh and LeBron to join Dwayne Wade. We know they did that in the Kyle Lowry offseason when they said, we'll get our books in order, we'll be below the cap, be able to make a Lowry deal. So the Heat could be looking, you might be right, in 3 years and saying, the reason we signed Kyle Lowry for 3 years is because after that third year, it'll be another Miami Heat, that we're open for business, we'll tamper early, we'll bring you in, we'll take care of it that way kind of summer. So there is the possibility. That's why I thought if you're going to give PJ Tucker a third year and you can incentivize it, you'll know if you're getting value then. You can say if he plays at least 60 games, 50 games the year before that, it's a trigger. It becomes guaranteed because then you'll have a contributing player. So I think there is a way to work that to make it work. But yes, Clay, 2 years from now when Kyle comes off the books, that could be another summer of decision for the Heat. Pat Riley, God bless him, will be turning 80. Maybe there'll be a little bit different direction here. So maybe you have to consider it. This is the exact thing the Heat did not want to do with Jay Crowder. But this is also when the Heat had the vision of Giannis Antetokounmpo for that offseason. I don't think there is a clear vision this summer. This summer's free agency sucks. I'm going to be out there with Big O in Vegas talking about a third-tier backup point guard. Ooh, this is juicy. But 2 years out, you can never predict because guys have so many option years and things of that sort. So it will be interesting to see where they draw the line. They drew the line with Jay Crowder. Probably was a mistake. We saw Phoenix get to the finals the year after. I'm not so sure that PJ is in the same stratosphere as Jay Crowder, where it become as difficult and as punishing, especially the timing and free agency, to do it this year and give him the full 3 years.
All right, we're getting some great questions, great comments in the chat. So I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to kind of go through these because this is I want to let this direct the show for a little bit because people are doing a really good job of this. So one of the questions, this is kind of a general question about all of the rumors that are out there, and what was asked is, which ones have any sort of shred of believability with this thing? And so I'll pitch that to you and think about it for a second. I'll say one that over the last 48 hours, I've kind of just shooed away. I think the Bradley Beal thing is done. Like that's not happening. And you listen to Mark Stein talk about it, and he's great, by the way. New York Times, one of the best NBA insiders there is. And the level of confidence in the Wizards organization that he's going to sign off on that $250 million is extremely high. Maybe next year, 2 years from now, we're doing the same song and dance. But we saw Bradley Beal in a Washington Mystics game wearing a Mystics jersey courtside a couple of weeks ago. He's not leaving Washington. That thing's not happening. I mean, I never say never, right? I'm saying never. That one's not happening.
I'll give you two factors there. They're saying that Bradley Beal is going to opt out. One, that lets him maximize the biggest contract, $250 million contract he can get from the Wizards, far more than an outside team in free agency. So on one hand, it would be a lot easier if he wanted to trade to say, I'm staying at this number. I could be traded before June 30th at this year's cap number, in case someone has an expiring contract. I could be traded also after July 1st at next year's cap numbers for your team, and we can make it work that way. That option apparently is off the table. Bradley Beal is going to opt out free agency. Much harder to make a deal in a sign and trade. So many more moving parts. You become hard cap. There's so many elements to that. But what a team that would trade for Bradley Beal would know then that they wouldn't know by trading for him in the final year of a contract is they could lock him in. That if he's going to sign a 5-year deal and then get traded, just like Kyle Lowry signed a 5-year deal, then got traded, just like Jimmy Butler signed his contract with the Sixers, then got traded in that initial sign and trade with the Heat, you would know that. So there still are those two factors in play that where some teams might have said, look, I am not giving up the farm for Bradley Beal for one more year. And the next summer, he's saying, I'm out of here anyway. So I could see how he plays it a little bit differently. But I do think the opt-out is just because he gets more money. It makes it harder to facilitate a trade. It limits the options that the Wizards would have and what they take back. So I think he's just one of those guys. At the end of the day, he's just comfortable. His wife is pregnant. He is where he is. I think when we list our names of Heat wish list, the Jeremy Grants and the Damian Lillards and the Donovan Mitchell, we're probably moving Bradley Beal, who's probably been at number 1, Clay, in the speculation range, probably down to number 8 or 10. Again, It's Pat Riley, so never say never. He got Jimmy Butler without cap space. He got Kyle Lowry because he maneuvered artfully around other teams, so I would never count him out. But less likely, yes, I agree with that.
And because he doesn't want to leave. I mean, that's basically, this isn't an asset thing. It's and to be clear on this, to your point, next summer, after he opted out this summer, then he'll be able to get the Supermax and lock it in, $250 million. Then maybe we're doing this thing again once he's under But I don't.
Yes.
To your point,
the deal where he's not happy and I made a mistake, but I got my money. But there's two kinds of players in the league. There's the kind of player who's just comfortable, like normal people, like us. You have a wife, you have a couple of kids, Clay. You just want to have your house. You don't want to tell your wife, hey, I got this great job offer in Tucson. We're out of here. We have to relocate the kids in school. There's that kind of player. And then there's player B like PJ Tucker. I'll go anywhere. I just want a title in Milwaukee. I'm going to Miami. I can get more money with Team X. I'm going to leave Team Y. So there's two different approaches and two different kind of players. And you know what, Clay? General managers know that in this league. They know players willing to always relocate, and they know players who are just too comfortable. So I think Group A is the Bradley Beals. Got a family, got a wife, got kids, got a house. I'm comfortable. If we win, great. If we don't, hey, I've endured that for years anyway. Player B, PJ Tucker, mercenary. I am an NBA mercenary, and I will show up and fight your war for you if you're willing to pay the price and give me a championship level roster, which the Sixers would be.
Yeah, for sure. And so that gets back to the point of competition, because somebody asked the question, will Pat Riley overpay to keep PJ Tucker? Overpaying to me is you would be bidding against nobody. You'd be bidding against yourself. In this case, I think it's pretty clear, unless Philly is just floating this out there to try to raise the price that Miami ends up paying, which I doubt is happening, you have competition. And look, I think a lot of teams do this when you have your championship window. You have to think about, all right, how do we get better right now? And then 2 years down the road, we don't know what things are going to look like. But to your point, Lowry's salary would be coming off the books. So to answer the question as far as would you overpay to keep PJ Tucker, maybe relative to what you thought you might have to pay 2 weeks ago, but not relative to what the rest of the league is going to pay. And this goes into another question that's been asked in the chat. Getting bigger. And I think that's kind of pointing at PJ Tucker, who's your starting four. And a couple of people made the comment about Rob Williams and how Rob Williams was such a problem for Miami in the playoffs. I would answer that with this. Rob Williams is a problem for everybody. And Rob Williams is a problem just as much as a weak side defender. There's not a whole lot that you can do relative to getting bigger to stop or slow down a dynamic weak side defender. You can't really change your team to stop a shot blocker who's going to come over, because there aren't a whole lot of Rob Williams in the NBA. I would argue he was the defensive player of the year when healthy. I think Bam Adebayo is right up there. I think those two may be the best defenders in the NBA. Bam Adebayo does a lot of what Rob Williams does defensively. You're not going to change your roster based on that, because he's kind of a unicorn. There aren't a whole lot of guys who can do what he can do. And I think what PJ Tucker offers your team, the ability to pick up Trae Young 85 feet from the basket, the ability for your entire lineup to switch 1 through 5, I don't think you just get bigger for the sake of getting bigger when you have somebody. PJ Tucker isn't the 4 spot, isn't the spot that you need to look to upgrade on this team. And that's just the way I look at it.
And the way I look at it also is this. PJ Tucker, for most of the season, led the NBA in three-point percentage. What's the best way to get a big man out of the paint with the threat of the long ball? Now, maybe it's as simple as PJ Tucker stays, keeps shooting the corner threes, really, except for the playoffs, came down a little second half of the season. Get Bam Adebayo with that range. Well, all of a sudden, this year in the playoffs, it was Robert Williams, could camp in the paint or help in the paint on block to block, because he knew that Bam wasn't going that far out. Remember how the Heat were eliminated 2 years ago, or last year? Brook Lopez sat in the paint the entire time against the Heat, played drop coverage against Bam Adebayo, let him shoot that jumper. So what you really need to show is that you have a 4 and a 5 who can hit the outside shot. So for everyone, and we'll probably get into this later in the show, you got to start your 7. You got to play Omer and Bam. You can if Omer can prove to be a high percentage three-point shooter, which he might be. And he did that in college a bunch also. That might work. Again, I know we're late against the break in this first segment, but maybe we'll come back after this and talk about Omer Yurtseven going to Summer League. That's why I thought, and I wrote about it at the Sun Sentinel today, those stories dovetailed. Possibly losing P.J. Tucker, all of a sudden Omer Yurtseven's going to Summer League. If Omer Yurtseven can go to Summer League and show that he's a 42% three-point shooter and at least plant the seeds around the league, you got to go out to the arc with this guy. Then all of a sudden, if you play Omer next season, you do get another three-point P.J. Tucker-like threat. Maybe you can play with Bam a little bit more. So I don't think those two things, P.J. Tucker possibly leaving, Omer Yurtseven going to Summer League, are mutually exclusive. I think there's a reason Omer's going to Yurtseven, going to Summer League. I think the Heat will try to play him with another big as much as possible to, one, see if it works, but two, show the league, hey, you better guard this guy in the perimeter. He's a three-point whiz. So I do think that could be a plan B, but I agree. As long as there's a Robert Williams, as long as there is a Brook Lopez, and someone who's willing to sit in the paint on Jimmy Butler driving, and your secondary scorers, you better show that your bigs can hit from outside. Maybe that's answered in the draft tonight with an outside shooting big man. That's a possibility also. But I do think Omer Yurtseven, to a degree, plays into this P.J. Tucker thing.
A lot more to get to. Please keep dropping your questions. I love the question about what's real and what's not. I want to get into some of the names that we're hearing and whether or not this is realistic. That and a lot more coming up here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're gonna run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you wanna recover like me, use Red Recover.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Reading some of the comments. There's so many good ones. There's so many good questions. And then I see some of the comments about Bam Adebayo. And it's like, I sometimes it makes me wonder if people understand just what the Heat have in Bam Adebayo and how rare it is to have somebody who can do it. You know, so many people in the chat are rightfully praising Rob Williams and how incredibly, what you have in Bam Adebayo is somebody who can guard 1 through 5, can do a lot of the same things Rob Williams can do when it comes to chase down blocks, weak side defense. And oh, by the way, he can run the offense with the ball in his hands as a point center. Like, guys, I get it. There's another level that we'd love to see him get to when it comes to getting his own shot, when it comes to hitting a consistent outside jumper, maybe a post move or two. But come on, man. Like, let's understand what you have in the totality of the player and what he brings to the roster and what he brings to this team. So I'm going to be honest, any questions, comments that are just ripping him for no particular reason, I'm just ignoring. I'm going on like I'm not.
And you know what, Clay? It's like my mailbag at AskIra@sunsettle.com. I get the Bam Adebayo questions, and I get the Eric Spoelstra's not a good coach ones. And then people get mad when you didn't answer me yesterday. What are you standing up for your guy? What's he not going to answer your questions? And I'm like, okay, if you have a guy who's universally accepted at least as a top 5 current coach, some would say top 3 or even higher, there's certain debate points I'm not going to have. I'll debate Kyle Lowry's conditioning if you want. I'll debate who should start in Duncan Robinson's contract if you want. I'm not debating that Bam Adebayo stinks because that's stupid. I'm not debating that Eric Spoelstra can't coach because that's dumb. And I'm not going to debate for the rest of my life Jimmy Butler's three-point shot. It happened. You get over it. You move on. And that's that. Other stuff I'm open to. Send your questions and letters. But those two things especially. The Bam's not good enough and they need to retrade him. And the Eric Spoelstra, they need to get another coach. Like, what are you arguing with there? But I digress because we got rumors to attack.
Why can't we be nuanced? Like, it's okay to say Bam can work on some of this stuff. But like, oh, you got to get rid of him. Somebody called him Bum Adebayo. Yes. Like, come on, man. Like this, no. Rumors, trades, all this stuff. I want to start with the big one. 2 big ones, actually.
Okay.
The one we've been hearing for a while, Donovan Mitchell. And Ira, I'm going to say this. Unless and until Donovan Mitchell makes a public stink, and by public stink, I mean the people in his corner find a way to get it out, even more than what was said to Adrian Wojnarowski a couple of weeks ago about, he's not thrilled about Quinn Snyder, because there has to be a massive public stink. And privately, he has to say, I want to go to Miami or pretty much nowhere else. This ain't happening anytime soon. And we're nowhere near where we need to be down the road of the public stink in order for this to be realistic yet. That doesn't mean that it can't happen. But when you're talking about draft night coming up tomorrow night and some things that have to happen relative to the Heat's assets, the Heat are going to have to do something tomorrow night, I think, to make any sort of a trade for Donovan Mitchell realistic. And I want to get into that. But as far as Donovan Mitchell goes, in your mind, what would even have to happen for this to become realistic? And where are we in that sort of, based on who you've talked to in the NBA, relative to him staying in Utah or forcing a trade out to anywhere, much less Miami?
It comes down to one thing in which Utah is slow playing, and that's the coaching decision. And right now, there's still 15 viable candidates in contention to coach the Utah Jazz. Well, I'm sure Donovan Mitchell has his own list with his representation of, here's the best guy for Donovan Mitchell of the 15, here's the worst guy for Donovan Mitchell of the 15. If they pick someone lower on that list where Donovan says, really? You got rid of Quinn Snyder for that? Then I think Donovan Mitchell maybe says, you know what? I understand that it didn't work out for Quinn. You couldn't make it work. But I don't like this choice of coach because player X, Y, and Z have told me they've had issues with him before. I want out of here. That's one reason. Number 2, it might be that Danny Ainge subtly arrived this past season, but basically is planning to blow the whole damn thing up anyway. And this is all sort of some part of some major Danny Ainge, I'm going to blow up and remake the Utah Jazz just like I blew up and remade the Boston Celtics. Well, if Donovan Mitchell all of a sudden sees the worlds colliding around him, and all of a sudden tonight Mike Conley Jr. is traded, and all of a sudden Rudy Gobert is off to Chicago, he can say, hey, I get to play with Patrick Williams. I like that trade. I'm good. Or he might say, I don't need you to tell me that you're redoing the team, and in 2 or 3 years, Danny Ainge will achieve his vision. I want to win this year. I wanted to win last year. So I think we need to see, number 1, what Danny Ainge is doing. Number 2, what happens with the coach. But to your point, yes, and we'll get into this maybe or maybe not, depending on time today, the Heat can trade up to 3 first-round draft choices in a major package, but one of them has to be tomorrow night at about 10:30 or so, drafting for another team. So if the Heat takes a player they like and then says, you know what, this is generic player X, and we can include him in a trade, maybe they could this summer. If you don't sign him, he becomes a flexible contract to be traded. but more likely you're going to have to draft for a team for what they want at 27. For Utah sitting there and going, we're not in the first round. Wow, if Jalen Williams from Arkansas is available and replacing Rudy Gobert, if you take him, give us your next year's first-round pick and your 2028 first-round pick, and we think you're going to stink, then maybe we can make a trade. So, Clay, I agree. If the Heat pick for another team, if the Heat come into the media room tomorrow night, we're sitting there and going, guys, we're not going to have Player X on a conference call today because he has laryngitis, because the Zoom connection's not working. And we're not bringing him down to FTX Arena on Friday because it was one of the 900 flights that were canceled this week, so we can't make it work. Man, something's a little bit fishy.
In the words of the church lady, how convenient, right?
Yes.
Like, and so that's the thing you look for. But the thing with Donovan Mitchell and why this thing, it's too close. And I think it's interesting what you're saying, because I thought the same thing about slow playing the coaching thing. Because it's kind of like when it's put out there that the coaching situation is the reason why Donovan Mitchell may not be happy there, well, then you wait until after the draft to seriously address it. It limits the number of teams who can go after a Donovan Mitchell, and the Miami Heat are in that corner because you're talking about the level of assets that it's going to take to get a player like that. The reason why the Heat are even reasonably in that conversation is twofold. Number one, Tyler Hero, and number two, because for the first time in forever, right now, you have the ability to trade 3 first-round picks. After tomorrow night, you don't, unless you do something tomorrow night. I'm going to get into that in a second. But again, people are asking about Bam. And the question is, why is he off limits for honest conversation? He's not off limits for honest conversation. But there is no honest conversation that begins or ends with Bam stinks or Bum Adebayo. It's absurd. Yes, we can have honest, nuanced conversation about the player and what he can do to improve. But like when you're throwing out there, oh, we need to get rid of him. You don't understand what you have in Bam Adebayo if you think you need to just dump him. That doesn't mean that if there's like, if Dallas, if Luka Doncic came out tomorrow, and
I'll give you one play. If you could package PJ Tucker and Bam Adebayo for Joel Embiid, the Heat would at least listen. Now, PJ Tucker probably wouldn't want to be in Philly under those circumstances without Joel Embiid. But if you just, you know what, we're just playing pie in the sky, radio guys here on the Sloman's, inside the paint show, and you want to throw that out there, yes. If you're telling me, Ira and Clay, I just want you guys to address this. Would the Heat be willing to trade Bam Adebayo and PJ Tucker, in a sign trade for Joel Embiid? Yeah, they'd at least think about it. Andy and Pat and Adam Simon and Nick Harrison would at least sit in the room there and go, okay, Spo, how would you make this work? Jimmy and Joel together and the rest of the pieces we have. Yes, then they would. But it wouldn't be because, thank God we're finally rid of Bam and we got him out of there. No. Yes, so there could be deals you could do. If Joel Embiid comes out and says, I am sick of this. I am sick of seeing Kawhi's shot bounce off the rim. I'm sick of seeing us going out in the Eastern Conference semifinals every single year. Then maybe you say, okay, I would say this. There probably are 5, maybe 10 players that you would consider trading Bam Adebayo for, but only 5 or 10 players that you would consider trading him for. But again, those would be reasoned, nuanced deals, not, we got him out of here. Man, that extension, what were we thinking? Not for that kind of reasoning.
So that's the level of honest conversation. If you want to have an honest conversation, starting in there. I mean, it's not a he stinks, we need to get rid of him, we need to change how we approach the game. No, you got the number 1 seed and you're within 1 shot of the NBA Finals, largely because of what you can do defensively with Bam Adebayo, with PJ Tucker, being able to switch 1 through 5. And that's why when you start to get into these conversations of we need to get bigger, well, there's a push and a pull with that. Like there isn't another Robert Williams out there who you're comfortable, you can go big next to a Bam and he can switch it. There aren't a whole lot of guys like that out there. So yes, those are the types of honest, nuanced conversations that we can have, but nothing that starts and ends with let's get rid of Bam Adebayo. He's not worth the max contract. Every single team in the league would tell you he is. As far as tomorrow night and these rumors, the Donovan Mitchell, the things like that, this is something I'm looking for, Ira. And people are asking about, are the Heat going to make a big splash trade? I think I would say, before we get into this, I want to pose this question. Better or worse than 50-50 that the Heat make some sort of a deal tomorrow night?
I would say better than, but we might not know they're making a deal tomorrow night for the reasons you and I just mentioned, that the Heat can wind up drafting a player for another team. And maybe our good friends Woj or Shams will let us know ahead of time, or maybe the Heat will subtly come downstairs and tell us, guys, hey, didn't hear it from us, but I'd be careful writing how player Y fits in with Eric Spoelstra's system. You may want to finesse this a little bit. Then you would know. And the rule there, and Clay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, is sometimes you can't complete certain offseason trades with next year's cap money until July 6th at noon. So there's a whole bunch of these we see where a team makes a trade and then there is radio silence. They simply can't say anything. Pat Riley comes down tomorrow, 1 a.m, sits at the podium in FTX Arena and on Zoom and says, guys, we're not going to talk about the draft pick, but I'm really excited about Summer League. That's your tell. Or more likely, Pat Riley doesn't come down after the draft tomorrow. The Heat says, we're not going to have anyone available. We apologize, guys, and we'll see you guys when our Summer League team comes in starting next week. So it'll be subtle. So I think the Heat will do something this offseason. They always do. I think they have enough trade chips lined up. This might be their best chance to put together a package in years. 3 first-round picks tradable, as you mentioned. Tyler Hero, an attractive asset who is approaching extension deadline. Someone else can decide the extension level if you trade him. And a sweet spot contract with Duncan Robinson, which 1 is tradable, and 2, he no longer is essential because of Max Strus. So I'm not so sure you have components A, B, and C as lined up, or they really have had that lined up since last summer when they had Precious Achiuwa and Goran Dragic's salary to throw in there.
Yeah, but even then they didn't have the picks. And that's where, and this is where I'm going with this thing for tomorrow night and why I think it's significantly higher than 50-50 that they make a deal. The chances of you getting a player with the 27th pick who is going to significantly contribute to this current championship roster next year, I can't see it. Not to the point where you're looking to get better, because the 27th pick is often either like a guy that you may have actually heard of from college basketball because he wasn't good enough to turn pro after his first or second year, or a player who's like over in Europe and the Heat have done ridiculous scouting over there. So this is what I'm seeing, Ira, and what I think is the most likely scenario with this team. They're going to make a move tomorrow night. This is just my opinion. It would not surprise me in the least, Ira, that move is a trade of tomorrow night's 27th pick for a 2025 first-round pick, and then X. Whether it's a second-round pick tomorrow night, multiple second-round picks in the future, for this reason. Donovan Mitchell has not forced his way out yet. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. The level of player that you can get to contribute to this year's championship roster to make a run in 2023 is significantly higher if you look around the NBA at the types of players, the types of names that we are hearing are available than anybody you could get with the 27th pick. The way the NBA Stepien rule works, am I getting that right? It's Stepien?
Stepien. Ted Stepien. Yeah.
So Ted Stepien was executive with the Cleveland, executive or owner?
Owner of the Cavaliers, who traded every first-round pick he could find stuck inside the cushions of the couch. Yes.
Loved to ditch all of his first-round picks, and the NBA basically created this rule to save teams from themselves that you can't trade picks. You have to have picks in you can't go consecutive years without first-round picks.
You can't have future consecutive years without first-round picks, correct.
Right now, the Heat don't have a 2025 first-round pick, and it will hamper their ability to make a significant move after tomorrow night. So you're on the clock right now. If you're going to make a significant trade this offseason, you either have to do it before tomorrow night, or you have to trade for a 2025 first-round pick, or another future first-round pick that you can package, because you're limited. And the types of players that we're talking about, if you get to these big names, you're going to need more than 2 first-round picks to make it happen, just to get to the table with these guys. So do I think there is a deal coming tomorrow night? Because the question was about a major deal. Is there going to be a major deal, like a landscape-shifting deal where you're bringing in a Damian Lillard, where you're bringing in a Donovan Mitchell, a Bradley Beal? No, I don't see that happening between now and the end of tomorrow night. I do see some sort of a deal happening, Ira, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least if it is let's kick the can down the road on our assets for when one of those players asks out, or for when we get closer to 8 p.m. the night of free agency, we can start to make calls and maybe make one of these deals work for a player like a Malcolm Brogdon or somebody along those lines.
Yeah, I like your thinking. We were texting about this, that once you trade for a pick, even 24, 25, or 26, you're opening up another chance after tonight's draft to, again, package 3 first-round picks. I don't know why it is. I don't know if it's the rule of 3, but it seems like in these major deals, whether it's what Boston did with Brooklyn, when they made their mega deal, what Houston did with Harden, it always seems it takes the power of 3. Like that's the sweet spot that teams look for. So I agree. If you can still position yourself after tonight, that you have 3 picks. And here's the deal. Sometimes with some of these players, it gets sideways later in the offseason. We saw that with Kyrie Irving before in some of his stops, where he decided closer to the start of the season, get me out of here. We saw that with James Harden. A month into the season, it was get me out of here. So if you have those in your war chest, hey, maybe the deal you're putting together for your next big thing doesn't come until late July or August or September. So yeah, Clay, I could see that. I could see that. Build back your war chest tonight. It's not like number 27 was going to immediately make you that much better. And then you have your assets still in place. You still would have 3 first-round picks to throw into a deal plus pick swaps. You still could conceivably, if you want, trade Tyler Hero. You still could, if you want, trade Duncan Robinson's contract. But it doesn't have to be June 24th. It could be July 24th or August 24th, September, October, November, down the road. So you're futurizing your assets. So I could see something like that. And again, that's what I hate, sitting there all night at FTX Arena, watching the draft. The Heat's on the board, and Woj tells me this next pick is going to the Denver Nuggets.
Right,
and I've done
you
this
can't do
stupid
anything.
mock draft, and Jake LaRavia and the players the Heat are going to take. But you know what? It's part of covering the Heat, because think about this. The last player the Heat took in the first round lasted 10 months. Precious Achiuwa was drafted in November, was gone by the following August to make the Kyle Lowry trade. So sometimes it's just a gift that's there to borrow.
Shocker, we're running late. I want to ask you about this after the break. Kyrie Irving.
Yep.
Is there any chance? So you're telling me there's a chance? That and more next.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
What? Oh, look.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Home stretch here on Inside the Paint. And the Bam Adebayo questions continue. Somebody says this, Ira. There's no way Bam Adebayo can be the number 2 player on a championship team. The number 2 what is what I would ask. The number 2 scorer? No, I agree with that. You need to go out and get yourself another scorer. And maybe that's where Kyrie Irving comes into play. But the number 2 overall player? Are you kidding me? Do you watch what this guy does defensively? Like, the fact that people, I think, downplay his positives and focus too much on what he seemingly can't do yet, that's where the nuanced conversation has to come in. And that's where, like, you have to immediately dismiss the bum Adebayo, or he's not. Like, there are things that he needs to get better at. Absolutely. But you can't tell me that if this team added a legitimate scorer, somebody down the stretch, and who knows, maybe Tyler Hero gets to that point. But you can't tell me that if you didn't have another scorer on this team, that Bam Adebayo, let's just say this, Ira, and I'm gonna pitch this to you. Let's say Tyler Hero elevated his game next year, and Tyler Hero became a, 24 point per game scorer, but also the guy that down the stretch, you're comfortable with him getting into the lane, getting his own shot, and making those shots in the moment of truth. And his defensive game just elevated this much to where you're able to put him on the floor late in games. I think that team could win a championship. I think that team could contend for a championship and win one. And I think Bam Adebayo would still be the second best overall player on that team. And that's the sort of like nuanced conversation that if you want to have that conversation with me, then fine. But saying that he can't be the number 2 player on a championship team, that's where I got to draw the line, because it's downplaying, if not straight up ignoring.
I don't want to harp on this too much because we got like actual live stuff coming up with free agency in the draft. But I will say this. So I'll lean in here. In 2 of the last 3 years, the Heat were in the NBA Finals with Bam Adebayo and didn't win a championship in part because he was injured in those finals.
As your second best player. As your second best player.
Shot of making the NBA Finals. Clay, no team has been to the NBA Finals more than once in the last 3 seasons. It was the Heat and Lakers 2 years ago. Last year, it was the Suns and the Bucks. This year, of course, the Warriors and the Celtics. So the Heat have gone as far playoff-wise with Bam Adebayo as any team has in the last 3 years in the NBA. So this notion of where Bam can take you, they've been to the NBA Finals. They've been within one game of the one shot, one play of the NBA Finals. This whole, you've got to blow it up. You've got to change it. You've got to redo all this. Look, Jimmy Butler's the linchpin, and I don't think on a Jimmy Butler team you necessarily will ever have a definitive number 2. Some games it'll be Tyler Hero. We saw in the finals, there were 2 games. It was Bam Adebayo, 31 points and 25 points. That's plenty. Sometimes it can be Kyle Lowry and his scoring. Maybe player X, they wind up getting in a trade, Jeremy Grant or someone like that. I get that. But I don't think this is ever going to be a definitive team of Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, or Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. I don't think that's how Eric Spoelstra builds his teams. I don't think he has a big board. Jimmy, 20 shots. Player B, 18 shots. Because player B can be a different player every time. So I think that's where you are with Bam. No, he's not the prototypical quintessential number 2 on both ends. But he's so unique defensively, you take care of it on the other end. But come on, Clay, we got rumors to talk about.
Well, and no, but this is where it's leading me. Like, everybody's favorite player. So let's get into it. Kyrie Irving. And by the way, I think you can make some of the same thoughts that we're going to say about Kyrie Irving about Bradley Beal. I think if you were to bring in Kyrie Irving, you were to bring in a Bradley Beal, they'd be your number 1 scorer. I mean, they'd score more than Jimmy Butler.
Because Jimmy defers, right?
Right. But they wouldn't be your number 1 best player, because you would still say, oh, Jimmy Butler does all this stuff. I'm not sure. If you were to go get a Kyrie Irving tomorrow, if you were to go get a Bradley Beal, both of those players, in particular Bradley Beal, who if you look at the defensive metrics around the NBA, he is like the second worst wing defender in the NBA when it comes to individual defense. So I don't know that if you were to bring in somebody like him, who is a dynamic, fantastic scorer and would immediately put this team up in the conversation of the best teams in the NBA, I'm still not sure that he's not your third best player overall behind a Bam Adebayo. So maybe that's just me putting a higher premium on what Bam Adebayo can do. But let's talk about Kyrie. And if you were to bring in a Kyrie Irving, he would be your best scorer. But is this even worth having a conversation, Ira? And I'm not just talking about, oh, Kyrie Irving has an injury history. Kyrie Irving is getting up there in years now relative to where he was when you can make the case that he was finals MVP the year that Cleveland won it. In fact, Golden State players said he was the one that scared them more so than LeBron. But now Kyrie Irving seems to be scaring his own organizations, seems to be scaring his own teammates. Is this a conversation? Is this a possibility that you even entertain calling Brooklyn, seeing if there's a way to make this happen, or even calling around and potentially trying to facilitate getting rid of a Kyle Lowry salary and a Duncan Robinson salary and trying to do something crazy to where you're bringing in Kyrie Irving as your number 2 scorer and potentially your biggest name on the team?
So I'll play the game with you here. Would you trade Kyle Lowry and Duncan Robinson, those two, for Kyrie Irving? Kyle Lowry and Duncan Robinson. Come on, I got other names.
Okay, look. I asked Jimmy Butler, and if Jimmy Butler is what, because I think you need to have Jimmy Butler feel like he's in a good spot.
Jimmy Butler signs on because he's a cold-blooded MFer and he just wants to win. And you're the godfather of my daughter, but bye-bye. Would you trade Duncan Robinson and Kyle Lowry for Kyrie Irving?
Yes.
Would you trade Duncan Robinson, Kyle Lowry, and Tyler Hero for Kyrie Irving?
No.
And you paused there a little bit, so I'll give you the third option, and then those 3 in some package of draft picks. Here's the deal. I would consider a deal for Kyrie Irving because he might be the best one-on-one scorer in the NBA, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen the Heat need that, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen Kyrie do it. My concerns are multifold. Going on multiple years on a guy who knows nothing about stability and seemingly always wants to be somewhere. Number 1, probably talking about new contract, 4 or 5 years, mega money, putting you in the John Wall, James Harden, Russell Westbrook area, where if it goes to crap, you're stuck. Number 1. Number 2, we're still in a coronavirus era. We just are. And there are new variants, and next season might be a coronavirus season. If Kyrie Irving is not vaccinated and he's showing no inclination toward, then if you give Kyrie Irving a new contract and you pay him something similar to what he'd opt out of or what he has on the books of $38 million for next year, and all of a sudden he's the lone player on your team who has to test, and all of a sudden he winds up missing considerable time because he's not vaccinated, and maybe other jurisdictions come up with rules like Brooklyn or Toronto had, and I think Toronto still has now for the playoffs, that's a concern in a coronavirus world. But I am not, like other people, including Big O, summarily dismissing Kyrie Irving because, 1, I know for a fact when Kyrie was available after Cleveland and after Boston, the Heat were at least listening because they had to, because he is a generational one-on-one scoring talent. Remember the game they played down here? Durant didn't play. The Nets were down by 49 million points, and then they were within 3 because Kyrie scored, I think, like 18 straight points on his own.
Yes.
He can do that. That's a really good weapon to have at your disposal. It helped win a championship in Cleveland. It helped get Brooklyn to the precipice of Kevin Durant's foot in overtime wasn't on the three-point line. So I think any team that says they're not considering it is lying because they're saying they're not considering it after considering it. So, yeah, if Kyrie plays out this stuff, because, again, I spoke to Big O about this, and he said, look, Ira, don't compare what they did with Anthony Mason when he was troubled. Don't compare what they did with Tim Hardaway when he was benched by the Warriors. This is such a different level of extreme. I'm not sure there's ever been any player so problematic as Kyrie because he's out in the flat earth land over there that you can't even figure out this dude. But I know one thing from doing this for 34 years. Talent trumps all.
Yep.
And I have seen some major a-holes, not saying that Kyrie is, but I've seen some major a-holes win multiple championships. So if you are playing to win the game, you have to at least consider it. Then it comes down to what I just offered to Clay. How far out do you go? Do you go Kyle? Do you go Tyler Hero? Do you go multiple draft choices? But you at least consider it. And I do think, Clay Ferraro, that the Nets are so sick of the whole situation.
I agree with this.
They can reset and say, you know what? With Kevin Durant and just pieces, every team has been on, from Oklahoma City, from Golden State, even from us, when Kyrie wasn't playing, we were still a damn competitive team. So maybe with the veteranship of Kyle Lowry, with Ben Simmons playing off the ball, maybe even in a power forward role, with Tyler Hero's replacement scoring for Kyrie Irving, it might work, that I think Brooklyn would at least consider it. So I think Kyrie Irving will be in play until he says something definitive about Brooklyn, and Kyrie Irving never says anything definitive about anyone.
We have a new guest in the chat. Orlando Alzagari says, no way on Kyrie. No way on Kyrie.
And you know what? And Clay, even if Big O and other listeners and other people in the chat room here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show think that way, I respect your opinions. But what I'm saying is, there's no way in hell the Heat summarily dismiss the possibility that I think Pat Riley sits in his office with Andy Ellisberg, with Adam Simon, with Nick Harrison, with Eric Amsler, with everyone who has any insight, with all his NBA contacts, and say, okay, what next? Because one, Kyrie Irving spent a lot of time training in South Florida.
Yep.
His former agent, Jeff Wexler, is based down here. He spent a lot of time at Heat games. He knows the lay of the land. He knows the landscape. So he knows what playing for the Heat would be like. And I think he is about winning in his own unique way.
Agree.
So the question is, how far do you bend? The Heat bent way far for LeBron James. They originally said none of your people in the locker room. Then all of his people are in the locker room. They said no special treatment. Then all the special treatment. When Pat Riley went out to Vegas in 2014, before LeBron left, I'm sure he was willing to offer him anything and everything in order to wind up keeping him. So end of the day, you know what? If the Heat have to make concessions to a talent, you do it for an all-time talent, for a Hall of Fame level scorer. And there have been a crap ton of Hall of Fame level scorers in this league, Clay, who couldn't defend worth a lick.
Right. And that's where I'm okay. So when you said Tyler Hero and I said no, adding him to the package, this is why. The thing with going after a Kyrie Irving now is exactly what you said. It's like, on paper, man, this is beautiful. There is like the way this could come together with the talent and the way their games play off of each other. It would just be, you could allow Bam to be Bam, and he would still be, in my mind, the second best overall player on the team. But he could score 0 points a game, and you'd be fine with that because you've got this beautiful thing in the backcourt. The problem comes in where you talk about what happens at the moment of truth. And I'm not talking about in the fourth quarter of a game when Kyrie Irving is on the floor. I'm talking about in the playoffs and we're back in another surge with COVID. So you can't just say we're going all in on this year and summarily dismissing the future because there are extra things at play in addition to potential injuries, things like that, to where I don't want to completely clear the deck of my future assets to where you're giving up on the future. You could potentially do that. Like if you told me tomorrow, and hey, let's use the name LeBron James, right? Who's also well up there in years. Like if there were some way you could bring in a LeBron James, like he wanted out of the Lakers, then you're throwing all the assets at the Lakers because you don't have those extra questions about what happens if there's another COVID surge. Like that's a different, and I see the smile on your face. Like, this is opening a new can of worms. But the thing with Kyrie, as talented as he is, there are extra things off the floor that might blow the whole thing up at the end of the year. So that's why I'm less inclined to give up all of my future assets. But if you're talking about giving up a couple of contracts to bring him in on this roster, I'm
I'd rather
off on
have Orlando's head's going to explode, but I'd rather have Kyrie Irving than LeBron James at this stage. Because for LeBron James, things do get more difficult for him at this age.
Wow.
This is an NBA of flat-out scores. Clay, look, who's the current face of the NBA right now? I'm putting you on the spot. Who's the current face of the NBA? It's obvious. It's obvious.
Steph.
Right, it's Steph.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's not a defender. All the opposing team does is try to set up Steph Curry by playing the high pick and roll, getting the switch going to work. In today's NBA, not even in 3-5 years ago NBA, you can survive with that kind of player because it's all about outscoring the other team. I've always been fascinated watching Kyrie Irving, one, when he's on the court and available, and again, availability is the best ability. I get all that. I don't think there's a better, including Steph, one-on-one scorer in the NBA than Kyrie Irving. And if I can get the best one-on-one scorer in the NBA, I'm willing to put up with a whole crap ton of BS because that's such a hard thing to find. And man, when you don't have to have Jimmy busting his ass, and you're telling me you have Jimmy Butler and Kyrie Irving and Bam Adebayo. Matter of fact, Clay, I'm going to pause you right here, and I know we're right up against it. Jimmy Butler, Kyrie Irving, and Bam Adebayo. Every other team stays copacetic. Where does that put you in the Eastern Conference?
You're number one.
Number one's a good place to be. Number one's
good.
a good place to be. Screw the future.
Have fun with this, Big O. Bye-bye. We'll talk to you next week.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
I think, after, installing 5 stents in my heart a few years back, these guys just want to finish me off. Kyrie Irving and LeBron James and the hell out of here with that crap. I don't know. It's just, it's stuff that we have to talk about, right? Because the flake is available. The flake is out there. He's going to opt out of his contract, whatever. You know what I mean? He gave up half his salary this year just so he doesn't get vaccinated. I mean, what kind of a moron does that? Seriously. Who gives up nearly $20 million because you don't want to get a vaccine? A vaccine that does nothing for you except protect you. So, it's just not somebody that I want on this team at all. And I don't think Jimmy Butler wants it. And I saw some of you silly ass fans out there retweeting Jimmy Butler's comments from a few years ago about playing with Kyrie and all that. That was a few years ago, man. That was a long time ago. I'm sure he does not think I don't think anybody thinks like that of Kyrie right now. Nobody counts on Kyrie Irving. You've got to be a moron to count on Kyrie Irving. Listen, we all do stupid things in life. I've done plenty of them, okay? And I'm probably going to do a lot more down the line. The Miami Heat, and it's been a magical 25 years with Pat Riley here. Doesn't mean he's been perfect, right? He's done some dumb things. Re-signing Anthony Carter was not very smart, right? Now, it turned out to be a blessing when his agent screwed up and that whole thing, and he ends up getting Shaq out of it and all that. But the initial thing of signing Anthony Carter made no sense whatsoever. Right? Signing Dion Waiters, knowing he had to have surgery. Why would you sign that guy? He played for 29 games. That's what it was. It was a 29-game stretch with him and Goran. That's it. That's Dion Waiters' entire freaking career. 29 games. So the run hasn't been perfect. There have been mistakes made in the process, which that's what human beings do. They're not going to be perfect. They're going to make mistakes. Even the great Pat Riley. But even the great Pat Riley has to know that you can't count on that flake. And that's what Kyrie Irving is. He's a flake. No matter how good of a player he is, which I know he is, no matter how fantastic he is at getting his own shot, No matter how great of a handle he has, I know about all his God-given abilities, but I also know that he is absolutely unreliable. And he's been unreliable since Duke. This isn't something that just happened, but it's gotten progressively worse. So let's understand that. It's gone from not only being injury prone, which he still is injury prone, but now it's also gone to mentally unstable. So no matter how talented you are, you're still fragile physically and fragile mentally. So while you maintain those two traits, I wouldn't want you on my team at all, and I don't care how talented you are. So if you want to acquire, okay, in the 25 plus years that Pat Riley has been in charge, as I mentioned, he's made a couple of mistakes. Michael Beasley, Sasha Danilovich. You know, I could name several. James Johnson, Hassan Whiteside, right? Tyler Johnson, right? These are all mistakes. So you've made mistakes, right? Let's avoid this one. What was the name of the point guard he drafted for LeBron? What was the name of that guy? Somebody put it up on the chat board there. I forgot the guy's name now. Another mistake. Hey, Riley has done so many great things. He has to make mistakes. But this one's obvious. It's staring you in the face. He's told you over and over again, my body will break down. He's told you now over the last several years here, over and over again, mentally, I'm unstable. I say stupid things. I think about stupid things. I respond with stupid things. And I also act with incredible ignorance. So I'm not sure what you want from him. So if you want somebody that acts off of incredible ignorance, then go ahead and acquire Kyrie Irving. If you want somebody that is mentally fragile, then go ahead and acquire Kyrie Irving. If you want to acquire somebody who is physically fragile, go ahead and acquire Kyrie Irving. And whatever window you had with Jimmy Butler, you just slammed it shut. You put like nails on it. Is it Gorilla Glue now? Not Crazy Glue now. Now I've got to move up in the world. Is that the one I have to go with now? Gorilla Glue. All right, so we go with Gorilla Glue, some duct tape. You know, everything, whatever it takes to shut that window down, it's shut. It's over. It's done. You'll never open that window ever again. So go ahead. Shabazz Napier, there you go. You know, he's made several mistakes. So go ahead. You want to make a mistake? Go ahead. And he'll be here another 10 years because you'll have to wait several years for this mistake to go through to then restart again. So if he wants to go back to California, by the way, is he really going to move back to California? Remember that was kind of the whole thing. Was it Malibu or some shit, right? Right? Wasn't that the plan for him that he was going to go back to Do you really want to go back to California? More than 500,000 Americans are moving out of California every year now. Who wants to stay in that shithole? Visit it maybe, but does he really want to go back to California? I'm wondering, has he changed his mind about it? By the way, speaking of mistakes, Pat Riley, going back to California with an aching in my heart. No, you don't want to going back to Cali. You don't want to go back to Cali. I don't think so. You might want to change those plans, buddy. Have you seen there what's going on in that state? Yeah, that's not the place you want to be, Pat. You might want to stay here. Anybody want? What was that? Was it Malibu? I forgot. There's always that talk, that he was going to go back to California and retire. I forgot what city it was. Yeah, you may not want to do that, Pat. You don't want to trade for Kyrie Irving, that bum-ass fool, and you don't want to move back to California. That's all I'm saying. I'm just gonna give you the heads up there. All right, Pat, you are the godfather. Today, I am the advisor. Don't trade. Don't ever make a move for Kyrie sorry-ass Irving. And what the hell are you thinking about moving back to California? Whenever you complete your deal here in Florida, just stay right here, dude. Florida's way better to live than California. Like, that's not even close. Anyway, Kyrie is the type of guy who thinks his reality is the only one that matters. No sense of professionalism, commitment, work ethic, teamwork. Yep. I would never want that guy on my team. Big O wouldn't be surprised if Kyrie pulled a Ricky, LOL. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Jimmy, PJ, UD are all strong alpha leaders and don't have the petty like LBJ. I think he would follow them. No, he wouldn't. He would not. You're wrong. You couldn't be more wrong about Kyrie Irving, my brother. All right. That has nothing to do with any of that, please. Those guys, he's a flake. He's just a guy that is not going to think like the rest of us, not going to think normal. Everybody on the team is like, yeah, man, whether I agree or disagree, I mean, it's not like the damn vaccine is going to hurt me. Let me get a vaccine because I got to help my teammates. He's the only idiot that doesn't help his teammates for a vaccine. You know how weak that is? That's ridiculous. Doesn't matter what you think about it. Whatever silliness you thought about, oh, you don't need it or whatever. That's fine. If you don't want it, whatever. That's your idea. If you don't want it, that's fine. That's your choice. But if you're on a team, I got to tell you, if I'm a teammate and you're avoiding playing because of the vaccine, brother, the endless amount of rip jobs I'm going to give you will force you to fight me. That's probably what I would do as a teammate. I would be a relentless son of a bitch on Kyrie Irving. If I see that guy in a road game and I'm in the same locker room and I'm his teammate, I'm looking at him, hey, so when is your little punk ass going to get a vaccine to play at home, you little bitch? And I'd mess with him the entire time. I'd obliterate him. I'd obliterate him in the media, too, on top of all of that. Look, I get it personally for any of you out there, you want to take your stance, whatever, take your chance, whatever. But in that kind of a setting, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Weak. There's nothing to stand on. Okay? If you want to do it in real life, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But if you're playing this game and there's all this on the line and you're a contender and you choose not to take the vaccine in front of me, I will embarrass you thoroughly every moment I get because I'm sacrificing and you're not. I'm busting my ass and you're not. You can't play in home games because of a ridiculous stance? No. I would tear him down badly. Okay? And by the way, I find out about anybody else around the league, I'd embarrass them too if I was a player. Guaranteed. I'd call every one of them out. Guaranteed. Oh, yeah, man. You cannot be on a team and not sacrifice like everybody else. No, that's unacceptable. So Kyrie Irving, for me, is not a person you want on your team at all. Sometimes, talent isn't everything. And they got lucky in Cleveland that one year. The suspension, Golden State was kind of young in their run, and that suspension kind of threw them off because they still could have won that series even past the suspension. But it showed you that they're not as mature as they were after Durant joined them, and then everything else that's happened since then. They've matured more as a team, but of course, you kind of expect that. But they got lucky that suspension kind of threw them off, and Kyrie hit a big shot, and they were able to get that championship for Cleveland, and LeBron got off the hook in a way for his city because he got that thing that they needed in forever for that damn town, which has got a bunch of great fans in it. And so finally they got that, but that's lightning in a bottle with Kyrie Irving. And that's just not going to ever happen again with the guy. So let him be somebody else's headache. Because, man, what happens if this whole stupid pandemic starts up again like it's really bad? And then what happens if they go to the extremes that we had to go to, which I hope we never have to go to again? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I never stopped working, but I followed all the rules. It's just a guy that you cannot count on at all. I could not be a teammate with somebody like that. I would assassinate that guy mentally. Assassinate him. Seriously. I seriously would. I seriously, if I was in an NBA locker room, they would probably have to trade me or trade him. Yeah, because I wouldn't be able to accept it. Everyone else is sacrificing, and you're not, dude. And you're one of the best players on the team. Yeah, that's unacceptable. Don't get me wrong. Kyrie is that crazy uncle that your family tells you not to listen to. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Consigliere, why you thinking the Godfather is considering a move? I'm hearing a lot of reasons why we should not sign Kyrie. What does Kyrie bring to the table? Just talent. Just talent. But he's unreliable, not a leader, not a guy you want, to lead your team. Edward says, you just contradicted yourself. How did I contradict myself? I'll tear people down for taking it and listen to the false narratives. You can whatever you want, bro, but you have zero. You can try to tear people down for taking it, but all the proof is there that you survive it a lot better with it. That's the proof. Okay? That part I don't care about. I don't care about regular human beings. You guys want to take it or don't take it, that's your choice. But in a team setting like that, you better take it. There's no other choice. Put it that way. In a team setting with the money on the line, with the opportunities on the line, but he got his championship. So he doesn't give a shit what anybody else thinks on the Nets, on the Sixers, on the Cavs, on the Heat, on the Lakers, or whatever team he would ever be on. He's not going to care because he got his championship. That's who he is. So meanwhile, if you're with the Nets or whoever and you're, trying to bust your ass to get that championship, he's not even trying. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant takes the shot, is a double champion, wants to try to win again, not getting the help he needs. So I don't think there's any contradictions in that. In life, you get that choice. You don't affect me by not taking the what's it called? The vaccine. That's your choice. You live in your home, I live in my home, you work your life, I work my life, you have your family, I have my family. You don't affect me. That's fine. That's your choice. I don't care about that. It doesn't affect me. But if I'm on the same team with Kyrie Irving playing and everybody's getting the shot and you're not, no, 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 no. That doesn't fly. Doesn't fly at all. So I disagree with you wholeheartedly on that. By the way, EJD Construction, if you're looking, by the way, it looks like a lot of people now, because of what's happening, are consolidating. They're actually moving in together. We're hearing a lot about that. So people are expanding their homes. EJD Construction is ready for you, by the way. Call them 305-433-4843. You want a second floor. You want to add an extra room. You need to remodel the entire house. We're talking about major home remodeling, folks. And EJD Construction, by the way, will provide cost analysis, architectural drawings in the design, folks. And listen, that is a major advantage for you. They will also give you a bid set, a full set of architectural drawings that include a site plan, mechanical, and plumbing. This will assist you in establishing a budget before you make that decision. Plus, he'll help you make several corrections along the way, too, to get to that point. That way, you know exactly what you're spending. A lot of people won't do that, but they will at EJD Construction. You can go back and fix the updates. Call them 305-433-4843. Fully insured, all right? Liability and all. This is not a guy that picked up a couple dudes at Home Depot and then is going to your house. No, he's got a skilled group with him, and they can do anything you need, from redoing your roof to remodeling your home to whatever it is that you need to do, okay? In fact, one of our listeners had their home burned down and called EJD Construction to have it all redone. So call them 305-433-4843. Go to the website, ejdconstruction.com, and tell them that Big O sent you. They will definitely take care of you. Matt Verderam, by the way, is set to join us at 11 o'clock. All right. I appreciate Big O's sports outlook and his opinion on things, but I totally disagree with his stance on the vax. It's a person's choice. You listening to me? Not on a team, it isn't. There's no choice there. No. You've signed the contract. You need to go sacrifice and take the chance. Okay? There's no risk whatsoever in taking the silly vaccine. Move on. Take the vaccine. Sacrifice for your team. There's a lot on the line. This isn't your choice, David. You don't want to take it? I respect that. That's great. That's your choice. That's your gamble. That's fine. But on a team, nah. No. No way. Unacceptable in every way, in every shape, in every form. All right? I personally think you're disrespectful to your teammates by not taking the vaccine, because you're not risking anything whatsoever. You have no health issues, nothing. You're taking a stance that does not need to be taken in this position. So you and I are going to definitely disagree on that one, for sure. Let's see what else. Society is getting more sensitive by the day. Death threats for comparing Mahomes to Tua, pathetic and sad. But that's because we've got a bunch of idiots that are extremists. That's why. That's the problem on both sides. You got extremists, and that's what always affects everything. Tell you guys that all the time. Let's see what else. No risk. Come on, Big O. Edward, my brother, there's nothing. You don't want to believe it, you can go ahead and go believe whatever silliness that you want, my brother. That's fine. You know. So I'm not worried about, some of you that you're completely full of shit in your head, but live your life, bro, however you want, my man. You know. It's all good, brother. It's all good. Anyway, Marlins, by the way, we ended up coming up short. They were up 8-5 in the 6th inning. 3 runs in the damn 6th inning. We gave up a run and a half. Colorado, sorry. Figured they would have a shot. Unfortunately, they did not get it done yesterday. Hey, Garcia actually did something, hit a 3-run home run in the 4th inning. That was nice to see. Still batting a sorry-ass 230. But, man, leading 8-5, I'm thinking, all right, I got it. They end up scoring 3 in the 6th, tying it up. And then, obviously, the Marlins pulled away 9-8. But we laid a run and a half in our liquor split matchup of the night, and unfortunately we came up short there. Tonight, Chad Kuhl will be on the mound, 4-4 with a 3.69 ERA, and Pablo Lopez on the mound, towing the slab, 4-3 with a 2.85 ERA. The line right now, Marlins are favored by a run and a half. The over and under is 7.5. See if Pablo has a good outing here. Colorado is plus 175, and the Marlins are minus 210 there. But nice job by the Marlins, at least, to come back. These are the kind of, listen, you're not going to win most of the time. I mean, the other day against the Astros, they were able to take 2 of 3. But more often than not, you're probably not going to win a lot of the games against the good teams. So when you're playing against the Colorado Rockies of the world, in the Nationals, you've got to try to, obviously, like I told you, really, if somehow or another you can get to 500 or get close to 500, that would be a successful season for this bunch, because it's really not good enough to get to the point where you really need them to go, or we would like them to go. You know what I would like to do now? There's some Oki going on tonight, so I might as well give you our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
ABC, baby, 8 o'clock. Avalanche favored by a goal and a half. The over and under is 6. Right now, goals in the game, and the Avalanche are favored by a goal and a half. And the money line is minus 110 for the Avalanche, minus 110 for Tampa Bay. Now, in the last game, it was Tampa favored by a goal and a half. So I took Colorado, figuring they'd keep it close or maybe even win because they'd look so good. And obviously Tampa did a number on them. But Vegas has not been fazed by this and has made Colorado the favorite by a goal and a half. I got to tell you, I'm going with Tampa Bay here. I thought it was going to be, again, Tampa favored by a goal and a half. And I saw that. I looked it up. I looked it up in another place. I'm like, what is this? Wow. Okay. Avalanche getting some strong respect here. I like what I saw from Tampa Bay in game 3. So I did pick Tampa Bay to win the damn series. And let's go for them evening up the series. I think they win tonight. But I'm going to take the goal and a half. So I'm going to take Tampa plus 1.5 here to even it up, because Colorado is leading 2-1. So I'm going with Tampa Bay plus 1.5 goals tonight against the Avs. That is my liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Yes, sir. It's a beautiful thing. Yes, sir.
We got some breaking news on the Panthers.
Oh,
George Richards. The Florida Panthers have reportedly found their replacement for Joel Quenneville, as they are hiring Paul Maurice as their new coach.
All right. So the Panthers hire Paul Maurice. All right. All right. Where was Paul Maurice? Because I am no hockey expert. Where is he from?
I will have to do some digging on that because I am not a hockey expert either.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. So we got some it was kind of fishy, right? They fired the assistant coaches. They kind of left everything else there kind of hanging, and you're wondering, okay, so they're going to get a new coach then. But then it takes a while, and you're like, well, are they actually going to give the guy? But you don't hear about them, maybe you wouldn't find out about them interviewing assistants or anything, but you don't hear anything at all. Wow. All right. So they have a new head coach. All right.
Apparently, he was the Jets coach, resigned midway through last season, and he's a close friend of former Panthers coach Pete DeBoer.
Okay. All right. Maurice, 55, has been the head coach in Toronto and Carolina. His 2002 Carolina team won the Eastern Conference Championship, where the Hurricanes lost to Detroit. By the way, Elliot Friedman was the first person to report Maurice to the Panthers. Let's see, what else do we have here? Brunan is believed to have one more year left on his assistant coaching contract and could return behind the Florida bench next season with Maurice. So he's thinking even maybe, you know what, maybe the way Bruno kind of talked, he was kind of happy being an assistant almost. So, and George has kind of intimated in his conversations that if you listen to our interviews weekly with George, that he wasn't necessarily convinced that Bruno was, that madly in love with coming back being a head coach. So maybe he's right. Maybe they talked to him, and maybe, he's going to take a step back and be there. I don't know. We'll find out. So there you go. Paul Maurice, the new head coach of the Florida Panthers. How about that? All right. Now go get me a damn star to put next to Barkov. I don't know. Anybody out there, a hockey expert, can tell me about a frustrated big-time name that's going to be available? Like a scoring sumbitch? Like somebody that can really scare the crap out of people next to Barkov? Does that exist? Or are those guys never available? And, that's the only thing. I don't follow the league enough to know all the little ins and outs of what's going on in each team and all that. Like, I follow baseball, and I follow basketball heavily and football heavily, obviously, but I just don't follow hockey that way. I will eventually, I guess, once the Panthers turn that corner and they become that team that's going to be a contender and really scary. Right now, they don't really scare anybody, to be quite honest with you. So once they get to that point, then they're going to force us all to kind of get to know the league a little bit more. And that's the one thing that I don't know. I'll be honest. I follow the Panthers heavily, but I don't follow the league heavily. I am guilty of that, unfortunately. Let's see. Dumb question. Why would we sign someone with a losing playoff record? I'm not a hockey expert. I don't know enough about why they're signing him over anybody else and why they like him. We'll find out, my brother. Bill Zito came in and has done a marvelous job overall, right? So we'll see. Let's give it an opportunity to find out if it works before we actually. I'm not smart enough to say that guy is a good hire or a bad hire. So I'm going to stay out of that. I mean, I tell you straight up. If I figure out, if I think I know something or whatever, I'll tell you. I'll give you my opinion. But if I don't know something, I'm going to tell you, man, I'm going to take a step back here. I don't know what the hell's going on here. So maybe this guy's a hell of a coach that needs the right opportunity. We'll find out. Oh, who would you take if you have 4th and goal on the 1-yard line for the win with the O-line from last year? I don't know what's that question? I don't understand what's that. Who would I take? I don't know. A doc, if you are a doc, then that means you're way smarter than I am. Okay? Just so I've seen now your name here the last couple of days on the chat board. So I'm going to take it that you're kind of new to the show. I'm not big on hypotheticals. That's silly shit. That is just wasting time. I like to talk about what's reality, what's going on now. Now, hey, well, what happens in 1987? You know, you're at the free throw line, and who do you want? Do you want Larry Bird or do you want John Stockton? No, don't play that game, okay? So just so you'll understand, that's not really the stuff that I waste my time with on this show. We actually talk about what's real, what's going on in sports, the real issues in sports, the real trade discussions, all that kind of stuff. I don't get into silly hypotheticals. So there you know. He still sent in running back. After all that, he's sending in running back. Except for J-Lo and Halle Berry. Well, no, but see, that's different hypotheticals. Those are pleasureful hypotheticals. The other ones are just waste of time. You know what I'm saying? These bring up, pleasantries, pleasant ideas and thoughts, Rosendo, So that's a whole different ball game there. Big O, who would you take? The idiots that ask stupid questions or people who ask great questions? Oh, give me the people that ask great questions. This is why phone lines have died in radio. Because too many callers come up with stupid shit and slow down the shows and kill the momentum, and then they want to talk about something that has nothing to do with the subject that's going on at the moment and all that. And that's why they, part of the reason why they stopped taking calls, because too many of them were bad. And that's the problem. And you have to sift through a lot of them before you get through a few good ones. And on the text line, it kind of happens too. You'll see a lot of bad ones, and then you'll see some good ones, So there you go. I'll tell you what I am enjoying. Or let me put it this way. I'll tell you what I'm going to enjoy. I'm going to enjoy what could be the demise of the Patriots. That's what I think I'm going to enjoy. And since Brady left, and I know that last year they had a decent season, right? And they were able to have some success overall. But a lot of people are looking at the Patriots right now, and they're not impressed. They're not impressed with their draft. They're not impressed with the fact that, Belichick never named an offensive coordinator. He's kind of doing it all himself. And that's not good. I don't care what anybody tells you. That's not good. You just can't handle everything going on. And I think it's going to put an even bigger burden on his quarterback as it is. But the Action Network put out a tweet that the teams that are getting the least amount of action, there are 3 teams, okay? The Texans, the Jags, and the Patriots right now. Texans are 125-1. Jags are 60-1. And the Patriots are 20-1. And the Texans and the Jags are the only teams with fewer bets than the New England Patriots. And it's not just, betting sites talking about this. I think it's kind of the reality of what people are seeing. And look, Belichick is never going to lose his luster as, the greatest coach of all time or one of the greatest or whatever you want. But he is going to lose some of his shine now if he can't have any kind of significant success without Tom Brady. That will be a stain on his resume overall, because you're going to say, okay, you won with the great Giants teams who had these massive defenses, right? Some of the best defenses in the history of the NFL, those Giants possessed. And then you go and have success with the Patriots, but every time you had success, it was with Tom Brady. Even the year that he was out, you won 11 games, but you didn't even make the playoffs. And that team was loaded. It wasn't really that Matt Castle was any good. It's just that team was so loaded that it allowed Matt Castle to just be a facilitator and not have to make really not too many plays in the season. And that's, if you're a half-decent passer and they ask you, Tannehill, to just make a couple of passes, more often than not, most of these guys can make just a couple of passes. The really good ones are going to have to thread some really nice ones throughout the game, throughout the year to kind of take you over the top. But that's the sweet players. But when you're loaded, you can carry Peyton Manning all the way to the championship and he can't throw for more than 10 yards. But the fact that people are not turned on by what the Patriots are doing, and I'm one of them, by the way, the fact that he thinks so highly of what he's doing that he doesn't need an offensive coordinator, that's kind of crazy. You think about all the guys he's had over the years, he usually finds a guy that can run his offense. Somehow or another, he wasn't able to do that this year, and he wasn't either grooming the next guy behind Josh McDaniels. Clearly, he wasn't grooming the next guy. And so Josh now leaves, and now he doesn't replace him. So this puts him with the burden of kind of running everything now. I'm really interested to see how this turns out. And then here's the other thing, and this will show you how cruel this league and pro sports can be. Gretzky got traded. Joe Montana got traded. Plenty of people. It doesn't matter what your name is. Don Shula got traded from Indianapolis, right? Coaches, players, they've all been traded. They've all been fired, whatever. How long does Kraft put up, and when does he get off the train as it's going downhill? Because the Patriot train is going downhill. I'll be intrigued to see where they end up because I know they're going to be behind the Dolphins and the Bills. I'm 1,000% sure of that. I think the Dolphins have a shot at sweeping the Patriots this year. I think they're the better team. The question will be, obviously, we need to find out about Mike McDaniel. As much as we like what we see and the vibe and all that, he's got to put it together and got to prove it to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And to himself, by the way, because he's never done it. This is his show now. But I got to say, I am going to love watching the demise of the Patriots because I think that's what we're in the middle of. And slowly but surely, the wheels will come off and Belichick will have to use the exit door at one point or another. It would be nice if the wheels fall off really fast, like they don't win a lot of games this year, and it puts them behind the 8 ball for next year. And maybe he doesn't end up breaking Shula's record and they get rid of him. That would be nice. That would be nice. Big O, you are confident Tua will handle the scrutiny and pressure this season. I'm not worried about pressure or scrutiny. Tua doesn't need to be fixed. He handles pressure fine. The scrutiny he handles fine. Rosendo, his problem is the people around him weren't good enough. That's where you and I have a disconnect with some other people that keep saying things like that. Pressure, that's everybody's got pressure in the NFL to perform. Every quarterback has got pressure to perform. I don't think that has anything to do with it with Tua. I don't think he hasn't had big success in the NFL because of a lack of pressure, because he can't handle the pressure or the expectations or anything like that. It's because he hasn't had the people around him. That's it. And Marino didn't win a title because he didn't have the people around him to win a title. So he says, do you think the rest of the Dolphin players can handle the same pressure around Tua? Yes. Yes. They've won 9 and 10 games. It's not about pressure. It's about execution. We're not talking about watching Jason Tatum get over the hump and there's turnovers and mistakes. And, every year we've heard about them. And this year they finally thought, they broke through and they had a chance and they were turning it over. And no, that's not. The problem with the Dolphins is coaching, preparation, execution, all of those things. And until you fix that, everything will not look good. So think about this. We're panicking, well, not we, but Rosendo is so worried about pressure and all that. And we're talking about a team that won 9 or 10 games, not 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. That they've got a ways to go. No, they've won 9 and 10 games the last 2 years. They're not far away. They have the talent, but now they've added a little more and they've added the coaching to make the difference. So Mike McDaniel has to prove that he can do what Flo could not. That's really the real pressure is on Mike McDaniel, not on Tua, not on Jalen Phillips, not on Tyreek Hill, not on Waddle, not on Mostert. The real pressure is on Mike McDaniel because he's the guy that has to be able to teach people and put them in a position to be successful and scheme it in a way that gives them an advantage. That's what coaching is all about. All right? Coaching is, hey, let's do the spike play here. And Marino's faking the 4th down, and there's a spike play. That's coaching. That's what it's all about. You've got to know when to make the right calls to put your team in a position to be successful. You're in the Super Bowl, you're at halftime, and Sean Payton calls for the onside kick. And because that's what his hunch told him, that it's going to work at this moment because they're not ready for it. And sure enough. And that helps catapult them to a championship. That's what coaching is all about. Coaching is handing it off to Marshawn Lynch at the 1-yard line, not calling a pass play. You put your players in a position to fail. That was coaching. So it goes on the good side and it goes on the bad side. And will Mike McDaniel win challenges, things that Flo could not do? Will Mike McDaniel scheme the offense? Did he find the right offensive line coach? Did he find the right offensive coordinator himself and everybody else that he's got on there? We're going to find that out. That to me, I get tired of the Tua's the problem explanation from people. Tua's not your problem. Your problem is everything else around Tua. Fix everything else, and Tua will be fine. Like I told you, get him a line, get him a run game, and the rest is over. He'll be fine. He'll do everything else you need. He'll take care of the passing game. He'll get the big plays. He'll get big plays downfield for some of you, arm queens out there. He'll do everything you need. But he ain't going to do it just because you want to and there's no help around him. That shit don't exist. Let's see, what else do we have here? I think the biggest obstacle is the teammates who didn't believe in him and hit the panic button. Edward, you say a lot. Edward, you say a lot of stupid shit, bro. God. Yeah, you're just like a troll. It's just, yeah. You see it, bro. What is it? With the clown Brian Flores had as an offensive staff, how could this? Yeah, they have to improve. They have to improve. Let's see. Bill needed to cheat as well with Brady at the helm. Andres, I like that. Tua was a good QB without a good O-line and no running game. Now, with all new players, I expect greatness from Tua. Boom. The least sacked quarterback in the NFL with the worst line, worst pass block rate, and no running game. The least sacked quarterback. Meanwhile, Tannehill had not one, not two, no, but he had two running backs. He had an offensive line, okay, monster wide receiver, and he was the most sacked quarterback. Listen again. Tannehill had an excellent offensive line, two running backs. Miami didn't even have one. They had two. Derrick Henry got injured. Foreman came in, kicked ass, ran all over the Dolphins, as you all know. Way better than anything the Dolphins had. Still had A.J. Brown. And he was the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. Think about that. So if you give Tua an excellent running game, you give him an excellent offensive line like the Titans have, and receivers, you think he's going to be the most sacked quarterback in the NFL when he was the least sacked quarterback in the NFL with the worst line, no running game, no coaching? I mean, that's the problem I have with people that think that Tua's broken. Oh, no, it's his confidence. No, it's his teammates' confidence. Brother, they were probably watching the tape every week. That's why this idiot Edward, I had to just get rid of his ass, because they're watching the tape, watching like, this mother effer keeps avoiding sacks. Our offensive line sucks. And look at him dodging and getting rid of the ball quickly. Something, of course, that Tannehill could never do. Can you imagine Tannehill behind this line last year? He was the most sacked quarterback with a line, with a running game, with receivers, with coaching, everything. Can you imagine if he didn't have any of those things and he was here? It would be 3 times. He wouldn't even make it through the season. It's, that's the problem I have with all of this. There's a lack of understanding of the quarterback position in this discussion with Tua. That's the biggest problem with everything gone on with Tua. So many of you don't understand what the quarterback position is all about. You think it requires you throwing 80 yards downfield. And it doesn't. It requires a lot of intelligence. It requires you to be able to read and react quickly, which is something he can do. But you're not going to do it by yourself, because that's the other misconception. Well, no, we need a guy in there that can, have 3 people draped on him and still complete a pass. And what does that get you if he doesn't have the team? Because you don't win anything. So The idea is to understand that this guy can play quarterback at an incredibly high level. He can be a franchise elite quarterback, easily top 10 in this league. But he's not going to be top 10 if you don't assist him with the proper things around him. Now, can he ever be Ben Roethlisberger and Josh Allen and I'll give you a way lesser quarterback, Josh Freeman? Remember that game against the Dolphins with Josh Freeman that he had like 2-3 guys on him and he would complete passes, things that Ben Roethlisberger, things that Josh Allen can do every week. You know what I'm saying? He'll never be able to do that. Okay? So get that out of your mind. That's not who he is. And by the way, that's not who Drew Brees was. That's not who Roger Staubach was. That's not who Bob Greasy was. There's tons of quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that cannot have people draped on them and completing. But if those guys that have all those guys draped on them and completing don't have a team, they're not winning shit either. So you still need to have everything in order to win. And that's what he has lacked. More than anything else, it's not his arm strength. It's not his size. It's not, what's the other stupid ass thing that I hear? Oh, he doesn't go through his progressions. Like, really? Like, did you watch him at Alabama? He's been doing that since he was a kid. Like, why would anybody say that? There's way too many things that are thrown out about Tua that are absolutely dead ass wrong. And there's a ton of you out there that don't understand what the quarterback position is all about. And you have a misconception that they all look one way, and they don't. So that's really the problem with Tua more than anything else, is that a lot of people out there, they don't know what the quarterback position is, what it entails, what it requires. Just like a lot of people don't know what it requires to keep your home safe. Sloman's does. Every single day, Alarmo takes care of our home, takes care of Sean's home, takes care of hundreds and thousands of homes all across this country, 14 different states. Call Sloman's right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME, folks. And right now, the first 40 Big O listeners, we're giving away a free doorbell camera. Yeah, baby. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that Big O sent you. They'll take care of you. And, of course, that's going to connect directly to your smartphone. And when you use our professional installation and low-cost central station monitoring, oh, baby, we're going to give you that LED touchscreen pad. So easy to use. A motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. What are you waiting for? Call them 1-800-ALARM-ME. Find out if they are servicing your state, 14 different states right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that Big O sent you. They'll take care of you. Best in the business, baby. It is Sloman's Home Shield. All right. What else do we have here? You want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line? It's really simple. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Remember, you can always make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show if you want to make it. Big O, what about Kevin Durant? If Kyrie leaves and Durant wants to leave afterwards, should we swoop in? Well, again, hypotheticals. Has he left yet? Has he decided? No. When that happens, we'll talk about it. Why am I going to talk about something that, is unrealistic at this point, and the Nets have him under contract? Why would they allow him to go? They're going to keep building around him is what they're going to do. That's what's going to end up happening. Oh, we got the naked sights on. All right. Big O, do you feel with our center? What do you feel about our center position, or do you think we will address it still? No, they addressed it. Connor Williams is their guy. That's who they think it is. We'll find out. All right, let's hit the top of the hour. Let's get ready for hour number 2, and we will start it off in a first-class fashion with my man Matt Verderam from Fansided. He's going to join us on the other side. We'll step into the huddle. We'll talk all things NFL with Matt next.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
The views and statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
And don't forget, I always tell you about this. It's great for pain, shoulder, back, neck, ankles, elbows, knees, you name it. Also, I'm using it for my hair recovery, and this is the hat. There you go. You see red lights, baby, right there. Only 15 minutes a day, and you go to redrecover.com and check it out also. So just in case, if you're looking to grow some of that hair back, if it hasn't been dead for 10 or 15 years, okay, that may not be able to be revised. I just revived, that is. So be careful there, just so you'll know. But if it's recent, you might be able to save it there. Go to redrecover.com. All right, Matt, how you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
I'm feeling good. Ready to talk football.
Well, kind of. So if you got 20 of the lawsuits settled, there's 4 more, and then there's 2 other ones. I'm trying to follow this whole thing. If you've settled some, that might be a good thing. Still doesn't really show well in the court of public opinion, but you look at everything else that's still lingering. How does the NFL attack this problem? In this last couple of days, we've heard about maybe a significant suspension coming. I don't know if you've heard what it could be.
I haven't, but I would say this. Look, I've seen a lot of headlines over the last 24 hours at various different outlets that have been like, well, he's only got 4 to go. Well, yeah, he still has 4 women who are alleging sexual assault and or misconduct. Like, that's still a lot. Is it 24? No, but 4 is still more than enough for him not to step on a football field this year. Look, for him, it clears up a good chunk of the civil suits. It takes away, 20 of those cases. Now they don't have to be adjudicated. They've been settled. Tony Busby, who is the lawyer for all these plaintiffs against Watson, in a statement said that the number won't be disclosed. Usually that number ends up leaking at some point. We'll end up seeing it. It was previously reported that when there were 22 civil suits, Watson had an agreement with 18 of these women for $100,000 a piece, and then he decided not to settle one if he couldn't settle them all. Now, maybe he went back and offered that $100,000 again and got it taken care of. Maybe it was more. We don't know. But in the end, I don't think it's going to impact what he gets suspended for by the NFL. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's still facing 4 very serious allegations. He still had to just settle 20 civil suits. I don't think the league is going to all of a sudden take this favorable light because of what happened yesterday.
Well, they should not take a favorable light. Now, the other thing is when Busby was talking, and he went out of his way to bring up Ashley Solis, who ignited this whole thing and is currently still one of the 4.
Yes.
So I am wondering how much more deeper is that case? How much more of a problem is that case? And what is she demanding overall? Because obviously, if you settle 20 out of the 24, there's got to be a bigger problem with those other 4, including Solis, who he went out of the way to mention several times. And I just almost get the feeling like there's more to this Solis thing, and that's kind of why he did that, in a way of kind of planting that seed. Did you get that feeling too, or am I just being cynical like I normally am?
No, I mean, it's possible. Look, Ashley Solis has been very public compared to the other plaintiffs about how affected she was by what she alleges happened with Deshaun Watson. And listen, this is something where $100,000. Now, again, I don't know if that's what they ended up settling for, but it was reported that previously all but 4 of the women, when there were 22 suits, had agreed to $100,000. If that's what this figure was, that is a life-changing amount of money for most people. $100,000, pay off your mortgage, or maybe if you don't have a house, buy one. Whatever the case, I mean, that's a lot of money.
Right.
For 4 women to say, no, I'm good. I'm not going to take whatever the settlement is. I'm not going to take that. I'm going to pursue this. They obviously have the courage of their convictions. I mean, they clearly feel like, no, I'm going to go after you beyond just getting a monetary settlement. Now, of course, in a civil suit, eventually it will be a monetary settlement, but you don't know what anybody's motivations are. But what I mean by that is it might be, hey, look, I'm not going to feel like I got bought off here. Like we're going to go to the mat. Everything's going to be out in public. I'm not going to be tied to a non-disclosure agreement. But I think, these 4 women, and as you mentioned, Ashley Solis is one of them, they apparently were unwilling to settle. And so he's going to have to, it looks like, adjudicate these. And that could get very messy for him.
Yeah, no, that's why. And the other thing is, we still have the 25 and 26 that are also coming. Right. And we don't know how many more are coming after that. Okay, so now we've got that mess. And now we've got the league trying to get the Brian Flores case in arbitration and in private arbitration, obviously away from everybody, so it doesn't go in public. So you've got that Brian Flores case, which obviously ties in Stephen Ross, and then you've got the stuff going on with in Washington where Snyder doesn't want to, go before the oversight committee and all that stuff. So now, and they're challenging him and all that stuff. The league right now is in the middle of a crap storm in itself, because they've got to, you could tell, Matt, that they're going head over heels to try to protect these owners. Yep. Because they know that is going to lead down a Pandora's box that'll probably open up other crap for them that they just don't want to go public. So my question to you is, are they going to be able to keep all this stuff under wraps, whatever happened with Ross and obviously all the crap that's gone on with Snyder?
To start with Flores, I think they might be able to. I don't have any inside information on that other than to say, look, I mean, Brian Flores obviously fired from Miami this year, really put forth some serious allegations, essentially trying to lose games. I don't know how that ends up. That's a hard thing to prove unless you've got just ironclad evidence. And so far we have not seen that. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Doesn't mean it did happen, but it's just hard to prove it. It's hard to prove something like that. I don't know that will end up going on and on and on. I feel like at some point, Brian Flores is also employed by the Pittsburgh Steelers right now as an assistant defensive coach. No matter how strongly you believe what you believe, and I think Brian Flores clearly has conviction, at some point, do you just say, look, I just want to get on with my life? Maybe not. We're going to find out. But I think the NFL's got a better shot with that one than with Schneider. This feels with the oversight committee.
Because the government's involved. Right.
Yeah, like Pandora's box already has been opened at this point. Like the United States government is now looking into Daniel Snyder in a way that has not previously happened with him. And it's never a good sign when you're unwilling to cooperate with the government. I mean, why? Why won't you cooperate? Now you're having all these things come out as to whether or not, what he's settled in the past with different female employees. Look, Daniel Snyder, I don't think anybody's putting him up for a humanitarian award based off of his 20 years in the league. Okay. I think that's a safe commentary. That being said, I have people ask me all the time, well, why is he still an owner? Well, because other owners take up for him, because if one owner can be thrown out for something, then it becomes a lot easier to throw other owners out for other things. Jerry Richardson of the Panthers relinquished his franchise, but he was an elderly man who was just about ready to give up the franchise anyway. It was a lot easier to do that and bring in David Tepper. Now, I will add this, though, and I think this is interesting. The Broncos, not that long ago, a week or two ago, sold for over $4 billion. It was the most money we've ever seen a North American franchise sell for. How much now are NFL owners looking at that price tag and going, I wonder what you get for Washington? Because if you get over $4 billion for Denver, what would Washington get? Well, Washington, if you got 4.8, you got 5, all of a sudden all their franchises are worth more now too. And the last point was Schneider. The NFL will put up with a lot of stuff, a lot of heinous stuff, especially if you're an owner. One thing they won't put up with is you skirting off money off the top, skimming money off the top. If they find out that he saved 8 cents that was due to another owner, he'll be gone tonight. Okay, I mean, they will deal with everything in the world, but if you screw somebody out of a nickel in the NFL, that will be the end of you being an owner. So he's in more hot water, I think, than he's ever been from a governmental standpoint and from a league standpoint.
So the Action Network put out that there's the least amount of actions being placed on Houston and the Jags, which is kind of expected.
Right.
But the third team is the Patriots. And, it's kind of, we're having fun now here in Miami where we're saying, is Tyreek Hill going to miss Pat Mahomes more, or is Pat Mahomes going to miss Tyreek Hill more, and all that stuff, and that conversation's going on? Well, the one that's already like etched in stone, it's Bill Belichick has missed Tom Brady more than Tom Brady has missed Bill Belichick, right? I mean, that's the given, right? In all of this, the Belichick will always be what he is, whether it's the GOAT or one of the greatest, one of the 2 or 3 greatest, whatever. It's not going to go away. But is the shine going to start falling off a little bit, saying, yeah, you were great, just like Don Shula was great, just like Tom Landry was great, just like Chuck Noll was great. But it gets to a point where your time has come. So you just wonder, this year he didn't hire an offensive coordinator. Now he's doing it all himself too, on top of all of that. And if this team doesn't get back to being what it was in the past, not necessarily a Super Bowl contender, but at least some kind of a contender, does the shine start to fall off? And does Robert Kraft, who loves Brady, say, yeah, I think it's time to turn the page here also with Belichick?
I think Kraft will let Belichick kind of leave when he wants to leave. But I do think, look, I don't think historically, like when you look back on Belichick, I don't think what happens in the next couple of years matters, right? Like you mentioned Chuck Noll, which is an apt comparison. Noll won all of his titles in the 70s. He coached into the 90s. Like nobody's like, well, in 1986, he really let us down. Like you won 4 Super Bowls. He made his mark.
Tom Landry did too. Same thing.
Exactly right. And Tom Landry, by the end of that, it was a disaster in Dallas. I mean, but
Don Shula, it was a disaster towards the end too, dude. I mean,
Don Shula, as great as he was, He coached the last 20 some odd years Miami not win the title, but he was great. So I don't think historically it affects Belichick, but I will say this. I wrote a column, my Stack in the Box column in Fanside last Monday, I believe it was. And I wrote, I think we've seen the end of the Patriots. Like, for 20 years, we've been talking about, well, is this the year? Is this the year? And it was always premature. And me personally, I always stayed away from that because I always feel like if you have the coach and the quarterback, you're good. Well, they have the coach, they have the quarterback, they'll be fine. It's the same reason that Kansas City is going to win 13 games this year. But I look at New England, they don't have the quarterback anymore. Mac Jones is fine. He's not bad. He's going to get better. He's young, but he's not Brady. He's not a top 10, 12 quarterback in the league. And I look at their weaponry. Who's the guy? I mean, who do you – Devontae Parker? I mean,
dude, he's doing the same shit he did to Brady without Brady.
Right.
But you can get away with it when you have Brady. You can't get away with that shit when you have Mac Jones, dude. It's like –
well, and look, everybody gets it so twisted with Brady. Like, well, he left because he hated Bell. He left because they had nobody to throw the ball to. He left because he knew it was over in New England. They weren't going to beat Buffalo, who was up and coming. They weren't going to beat Kansas City. They were going to win. They weren't going to beat those teams. That was it. Like, look,
he had two monster. He had the best combination of tight ends we've ever seen in our lives.
And then
he had Randy Moss and Wes Welker, and he had a stretch where he had some amazing weapons. And then all of us, and you got to remember, he won his first title with Troy Brown and Jermaine Wiggins,
David Patton, right?
David Patton and Corey Dillon, and you're like, holy shit, it's like Montana's first with Cooper, Freddie Solomon.
Yep.
It wasn't Rice and Taylor, and that was the second title. You know what I mean? But that's what those greats can do. They can elevate others, and as long as you have a line and stuff like that, they can elevate the skill position guys. But it becomes a pain in the ass if you have to do it every year. So Bill Walsh didn't give Joe Montana, Freddie Solomon every year. He gave him Rice and Taylor and other guys. Belichick, dude, he has only given this guy a few really good weapons throughout his stretch. More often than not, he was throwing the Oompa Loompas. It was a pain in the ass.
They're not – look, they're to a point right now. Their weapons, their group of receiving weapons, it's a bottom 5 group in the NFL. It's not good. I mean, who is their number one receiver right now? Is it Devontae Parker? It's probably Devontae Parker. Maybe it's Jacoby Myers. I mean, those guys on a lot of teams are 3rd and 4th options. I mean, that's what they are. That's what they should be. Parker, everybody in Miami is familiar with him. I mean, look, talented guy, but has never really been able to put it together outside of one season. They drafted
always injured. Always injured.
Right.
That's his
always
problem.
hurt. Tyquan Thornton, we'll see. He's a 2nd-round rookie. N'Keal Harry was a 1st-round pick. Everybody thought was going to be great. N'Keal Harry's been terrible. And let's call it what it is.
By the way, if it's a Patriot draft pick at wide receiver,
right, it's not good.
You have no hope, anyways, for any Patriot draft pick.
The last time they took a successful receiver in the draft, it was Edelman, who was a quarterback in college. So I mean, that's where you are. They have the 2 tight ends in Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry, who they paid a fortune to. Who have the 2nd and 4th highest cap hits on the team this year. Those guys combined did not go for 1,000 yards last season. So it's just. Look, New England, right? If you looked at the AFC today and said, who is New England definitively better than? The only teams I would say they are definitively better than are Houston, Jacksonville, and the Jets. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the entire list.
Maybe
Carolina. And by the way, if Zach Wilson's
Carolina because they don't have a quarterback.
Well, I'm just talking AFC.
Oh, okay.
Just in the AFC.
Okay, yes.
Jacksonville, Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in the AFC West. They're 5th place. If they're in the AFC North, they're fighting with Pittsburgh for 4th. Like that's what they are at this point. They're not.
I think the Dolphins have a shot at sweeping them this year. Actually,
they could.
By the way, Tua's undefeated against Belichick. I don't know if
the Dolphins have a hex on them. The Dolphins have beaten them forever. I don't know what it is. Look, I always joke.
Divisional games, bro. That's just the way it is. You can't explain divisional games at times. That happens all the time within divisions. It's
true. I always laugh because Miami, my dad, for full disclosure, is a diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan. I always joke with him that you guys won the Super Bowl in a large way because of Ryan Fitzpatrick, who went up to New England and beat them in Week 17 in a game that meant nothing for Miami. but knocked New England out of a bye. And,
Right.
New England, and that was the last game Brady, they go and they lose next week to Tennessee. The Dolphins have beaten up on New England forever. They had that crazy game a few years ago, that miracle in Miami. I mean, they've given Belichick fits for years. No matter who the coach is, who the quarterback is, it's been a house of horrors for them.
Yeah. It's that part's been, but that's about the only thing that's been half decent for us down here. That at least they've been somewhat competitive with the Patriots in the past.
Yeah.
All right, so who's the? I give you an unfair question because obviously we haven't seen the preseason, the training camp, and we don't know who survives all of that health-wise, because it's not an excuse. Those are facts. Sometimes injuries just crush your effing season. It is what it is. But who's the under-the-radar team for you this year that you're looking at and you're going, man, I really like what they're doing. They could end up making some noise in the playoffs. Who's that under-the-radar team right now for you?
So I'll try to give one each conference. I think in the AFC, and I don't know if this qualifies, and it's actually funny because they're the team last year that got crushed by injuries. I feel like a lot of people just aren't talking about Baltimore.
Okay.
Baltimore's really good. Now, the caveat being in the playoffs, they have struggled to win in the playoffs because they do not throw the ball well.
Well, he can't throw the ball.
In the regular season, I could see that team winning 12, 13 games. I mean, they're very good defensively. They're very well coached. They'll run the hell out of the ball. Mark Andrews will have 1,200 yards. If Lamar's healthy, he's a pain in the rear end to deal with. I feel like when you talk about the AFC, a lot of people, it's Buffalo, it's Kansas City, it's Cincinnati, and then it veers off into like the Chargers and the Broncos, and how are the Dolphins going to be with all their additions? The Ravens get lost. They were 7-2 last year, going actually into Miami, and then Miami cover zero blitz the hell out of them the entire night. And that changed their entire season. But nobody was injured more last year than Baltimore. I mean, the Ravens were missing everybody, and they still almost made the playoffs. So I think they're overlooked. The other team I would throw out there, who maybe is a little bit more overlooked, I think Minnesota could be interesting in the NFC. Look, they have a new coach in Kevin O'Connell. Their offense should be less archaic than it was under Zimmer, and they have talent. Cook, Thielen, and Jefferson.
But
and
you know what my problem is with both of those picks? The passer. The passer is my problem with both of those picks because the teams are good enough. And by the way, describing Baltimore, you were describing my Florida Panthers. Like amazing in the regular season, great offense. And then, hey, by the way, it gets physical in the playoffs and they got punched in the mouth and got sent home. And in a way, for the Ravens and the Vikings, it's the quarterback that's got to show me that he can put the team over the top. And that's what and Cousins is actually a much better passer, but unlike he and Garoppolo have that thing where they need to make that pass that puts them over the hump. Like, yeah, I'm that guy. And Lamar, forget about it. Lamar gets to the playoffs and it's like, all right, let's shut the run down and let's see if the kid can beat us with his arm. And that's the problem. And by the way, I think the Dolphins kind of put out the blueprint on how to just, attack the kid too. That was also, I think that was a bad thing for him also.
I also agree with Miami, what they did last year. I mean, the Dolphins, I can't remember a game where a team just literally lined up defensively in the same formation on every day and said, I don't care. You beat us because we're bringing 7 guys every play. We're going to bring 7 guys. We're not going to let you run, and we're going to relentlessly go after you. And that is, not to take a shot at my own pick, but I will say that is the one thing with Baltimore that scares me. Their receiving room is brutal. Like that team, their receivers. Now, look, again, in the regular season, I think they'll just overwhelm teams with the way they run the ball and how good their defense is. But in January,
and it's a pain in the ass to prepare for every week.
It's hard. It's
because the teams don't have anybody to play Lamar during the week. It's hard, dude.
It's so different. And a lot of times in the regular season, look, teams want to win every game. But like, for an example, the Bills play them this year. The Bills are going to certainly try to win in game plan for them, but they're not going to show every single thing they can do in week 4. They're not going to do that. Whereas in the playoffs, they will. They will do every single thing they can possibly do. And in the playoffs, it's a lot about, we're going to eliminate the 1 or 2 things you do best. And you have to have a left hand to be able to beat us. with Baltimore, that is always my fear with them in the postseason, is that it becomes, okay, we're gonna stack the box and we're gonna bracket Andrews, beat us. And I do think you are going to see teams this year take a page out of what Flores and the Dolphins did in that game and say, look, your best receiver is Rashad Bateman. Like, we're going to get up on the line, press the hell out of you, and blitz 6-7 guys, and you're just going to have to beat it.
Right.
I do think they'll contend in the AFC North with Cincinnati, but I do think come playoff time, Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, and maybe Herbert if they get there. Like, Russell Wilson, that's a significant advantage. Those guys can beat you any way from the pocket or even on a scramble. The Ravens haven't proven they can do that in the passing game.
Tell them about stacking the box there at Fansided, my brother.
Absolutely. Every Tuesday at noon Eastern time, we are live on YouTube doing the podcast. If you can't catch it live, which you can ask questions in if you do, but if you can't, you can find it anywhere that you download your podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Google Play. And then the column itself, the written word, comes out on Monday mornings at 6 a.m. Every week at Fansided. It covers the whole league, so I hope people check it out.
There you go. And follow him on Twitter, like I and many others do, at Matt Verderam. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week, my friend.
Hey, thanks a lot. Take it easy.
You got it. There you go, man. Matt Verderam. We step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Thank you to Matt. Appreciate him joining us as always. RedRecover.com. That's RedRecover.com. Check it out, folks. As always, appreciate it. Remember, you can reach out to us on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. And, of course, for Red Recover, go to redrecover.com, use our code Big O and get 10% off there at redrecover.com. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? I do love that. It looks to me like the Patriots' wheels are absolutely falling off. And after all those years, I am happy that the Patriots' wheels are falling off. You know, we need new blood. I hope it's my Dolphins. I hope it's, them turning it around. It would be nice. But now it's about the chat. Now it's the Bills' time. Now it's the Bills' moment, and everybody else in the division has got to go after them. Hell, the Bills are not only just in our division. They're a team that's a Super Bowl champion, man. They are, or a Super Bowl contender. They are the kind of team that can definitely be there, no problem whatsoever. They've got that kind of talent. They are loaded, man. All right, what else do we have here? Ryan Fitzpatrick. Did you guys see this? The former, what do you want? Dolphins, Jets, Bills, Bengals. God, what else was he a part of? The Bucks. I don't know. It's like 800 teams that he's a part of. Well, he's part of a new team now, and that's the team on Amazon. So he is now joining the Amazon broadcast. So Fitzy will be on air. And the good thing I think about Fitzpatrick is I think he will say things. I think he will, if something, he doesn't like something, I think he's going to point that out. I'm not so sure. Like, he's teamed up with, Tony Gonzalez, Richard Sherman, Carissa Thompson is leading it, and Marshawn Lynch is kind of involved. But, Marshawn Lynch is not going to do a lot of, he's not big on dialogue. So it's probably one of those things that'll be short hits or something like that with him. T. Gonzalez, I just kind of look at him as fluff. As great a player as he was, I don't know if he'll really let people have it when they need to. But you know how we were talking about this the other day, how radio is dying, traditional television is dying. Most of you aren't going to radio and television like you used to anymore. You're going to platforms now. You're going to YouTube TV. You're coming here to YouTube to watch us. You're going to Spotify and listen to Joe Rogan or something, or iTunes, Stitcher. You're going to Netflix and Hulu, and you're going to platforms. And platforms are now picking up all these sporting events. And here's Amazon, which I've had Amazon Prime for I don't know how long already it's been. The early days of Prime, whatever it was, 10 plus years ago, I got in on it, and it was just for free delivery. That's what Prime was for. And then they added all the other stuff that they've added to it. Prime has become a bargain for those of us that got Prime right from the get-go, because they added so many other things to it that it just got better for the same price that you were paying. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it's changed. And Amazon now is in the game on a Thursday night, and they're paying top-notch money for top-notch talent. Their play-by-play and color, right? It's Al Michaels and who's the other guy? Damn it, who's the other guy that they're paying for? I forgot who it was, but they've got a hell of a team also that they're paying for on the Amazon broadcast. So, you look at it, and now Fitz is joining this whole thing, and I think it'll be entertaining having Fitz on. Now, am I watching it because of Fitz, because of Tony, because of Carissa Thompson, because of Richard Sherman? No. And by the way, I think Richard Sherman will be a good analyst. I think he'll let him have it.
It's Kirk Herbstreit.
Oh, Herbstreit. There you go. That's right. It is Herbie. That's right. That I was like, yeah, he's doing NFL. It's not really his thing that he follows every day. So we'll see how he does, but I'm sure he'll prepare for it. But I thought it was pretty cool to see Fitzy get involved. And because of Tony Gonzalez in the booth, they kind of need, I think they are going to need Fitz, because Tony's that's the other thing about Tony. He's well liked because he's super likable, good looking dude. So he's presentable, right? But very vanilla, like incredibly vanilla. And his personality, there's not much there. So you kind of end up, you have to almost love the talent that he was. And that's what's kind of holding up what's gone on at times. As much as I love Marino, I think that's what always used to hurt him in his broadcast career. He never really went after people, and he was kind of a reserved guy there. And there wasn't a lot of personality coming out of it at times. You know what I mean? And that's where I think at times it kind of hurt him on television. And I think the same thing for Tony. With Tony, Tony's most of the time says nothing. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of a negative for me. Richard Sherman, I think, is going to be good. And there's no doubt, I think Fitzy will also say things, too, that need to be said. We're watching it. We're seeing it. That's the problem with corporate television and all that being involved, is that there's too much of the PR crap involved, too, at times. And I hate that, as you all know. Big O, did you hear about Tyreek Hill receiving death threats and insults to his family? It's just disgusting. Whatever. I mean, losers are losers. You're going to have all kinds of losers in this world, bro. Did you watch January 6th? You saw a bunch of losers there, right? So, you watch the protests that you have, the Black Lives Matter, and then you got a group of idiots that are rioting and setting stuff on fire, and you have idiots in everywhere. You go to a game, and what happened the other day? What was the Ranger game, the Rangers and the Tampa Bay game. The Ranger fan unloads on that Lightning fan. You have idiots. There are idiots ruining everything. Everything. It doesn't matter what we're doing. There's always going to be idiots ruining everything. That's all. Tyreek Hill defending his teammate, talking about his teammate, having some fun, and you'll have some idiots. There's idiots involved in everything. Always extremists, as I told you. Always in everything. It doesn't matter what it is. And that's our problem in society in general. And that's all. So it's just something that is part of it. All right. It's sad, but I'm not surprised. Why would you be surprised? What's it called? Joy Taylor, really nice girl. She's done nothing except work her ass off and get to where she's at. And Joy had a body transformation, let's just say, right? And so she was a skinny girl, and now she's a thick girl. You have idiots that go after her because of how she looks now. It's just extremists for everything, man. Everything. Doesn't matter what it is. There's somebody there to screw everything up. That's all. We have a nice chat board every single day. And then once in a while, you got your idiots that come in and they want to dominate the chat board. They want to start spreading crap and want to be trolls and all that. And then we got to just get rid of them. Right? Clean it up. Idiots are everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter. Don't choose a side. Okay? They're everywhere. The faster you open up your eyes and realize it, the more you'll know that what happened to Tyreek Hill is, the same thing that happens to Aisha Curry and the same thing that happens to the election, the voter election volunteers. If you saw any of that stuff go on, for those of you that actually keep up with the world, it doesn't matter what it is. It just does not matter what it is. There are going to be idiots involved in everything. That's all. So, like I said, you guys are fans out there. Ladies and gentlemen, a bunch of you are fans. But there's a bunch of you that are fanatical. And you're morons. That's all. You do stupid things. You'll say stupid things because you're fanatical. So, I mean, to think about it. So you're going after Joy Taylor because you don't like that she's a thicker woman now. Like, really, dude? Is that your life? Like, nobody asked your opinion. You don't need to bother the woman. Leave her alone. She's happy being who she is, then you should be happy for her. That's all. That's kind of what we all want to strive for. Be happy with yourself. But then you've got people that want to go after the poor woman. It's just disgusting. And that's what happens in all walks of life and everywhere. You name it. Doesn't matter. Don't forget to smash the like button. Big O, what do you think of all these young athletes passing away because of heart attacks? They have no history and symptoms showing heart attacks. Can it be the vaccine? Or could it be that they ended up getting the virus and then it enlarged their heart? Did you ever think of that, Frankie? Because those are the facts. But but of course, you want to spin whatever you want. Anyway, there are reports online. Yeah, right. Sure. Facebook. I got it, Frankie. I got your Facebook facts, my man. You're a Facebook facts guy. Gotcha. Of course, Joy is beautiful, bro. Joy's fine. She's fantastic. Leave her alone. She's happy. That's what's most important, bro. Leave her alone. Mind your own damn business. You like how she looks? Great. You don't like how she looks? Great. Shut up. Keep it to yourself. Don't go telling the woman. Leave her alone, man. You know, it's just like, it's disgusting. It just is. Anyway, what else do we have? I saw Mike Tomlin was on I Am Athlete. So Mike Tomlin was asked about what's it called? Antonio Brown. And his response was, "Come on, man, you all know that ain't happening." So he was on I Am Athlete. They asked him about Antonio Brown. He goes, "Y'all know that ain't happening." And that, on the Pivot podcast, by the way. I'm sorry, not I Am Athlete, Pivot podcast. Pivot is the one with Channing, right? They do a good job. And Channing, great job by you, dude. In terms of putting a helmet on and running out on the tunnel and playing ball and stuff like that, man, you know, he's moved on and we've moved on. We can sit around and chop that up like it's a realistic conversation, but we all know it's not realistic. What I'll say about AB is this man, we had 9 great years. I appreciate that dude in ways I can't explain to you all. I won't even bother to attempt to explain to you all because it sounds like I'm defending him in some way. And to me, from that standpoint, the nature of our relationship and what we all did together requires no defense. You could digest it however you want to digest it. I don't think enough gets said about the will of that dude, about the work ethic of that dude, about the fearlessness that he played the game with. You know, Mike Tomlin is one of those guys that I was always a big fan of Mike Tomlin, right? And then all these problems started happening. And the last couple of years, before these last 2 years, a couple of years before that, there were some down years. The team wasn't looking like itself, and they had to part ways with guys and all that. And I was wondering, is he losing it, right? And then you see what Le'Veon Bell is. You see what Antonio Brown is, right? And they are absolute disasters after they left Pittsburgh. They were disasters there. And no, I'm not telling you why Le'Veon Bell was not wanted in Pittsburgh anymore. So don't start asking again. If somebody wants to go find out, they can go find out. That's all I can tell you. I know the real reason. It's amazing to me after all these years it's never come out, but whatever. Anyway, so you look at all of this, and he is more impressive than I even ever thought he was. Okay? To be able to deal with all these idiots, including Ben Roethlisberger, let's not leave the biggest moron out of the 3 out. Okay? It's Ben. Like, not even close. Whatever happened in that bathroom, you know. Anyway, so for him to be able to manage all of that and continue to win, it's like watching the Heat get the max out of Whiteside and get out of him what nobody else could ever get. Because we're talking about a guy, it's not getting the most out of James Johnson, because James Johnson is not a bad dude. He was just a journeyman, and you got the max out of him. But Whiteside is immature. He's a head case. He's a bonehead. And somehow or another, you got the max out of that bonehead. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to motivate lazy people. It's hard to motivate people that are ignorant and don't understand the big picture. And I see it all the time and dealt with it many times. And that was Whiteside, and it was amazing. And that's what Mike Tomlin is. He's amazing to be able to keep Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, and Ben Roethlisberger, and I don't know who else that we don't know about on that team, under wraps as long as he was able to. There were little flare-ups here or there, but overall, he always kept the ship righted. So as rough waters as there have been in the last couple of years for the Steelers, and that's considered rough waters for them, I thought maybe, he's losing a little on his fastball. No, that guy's as good as ever, man. And you see the way he talks about AB. He has an opportunity there to really just completely distance himself from the guy And what he ends up doing is endearing himself to other players, because other players will say, man, AB is a bonehead and a moron, and yet the coach still had love for him and defended him and didn't justify any of his acts, but justified his relationship and his playing with him, and that's cool. And I think players will look at that. And Mike Tomlin is just one of those guys that just knows how to handle almost everything. You know what I'm saying? It's impressive, man. He's more impressive than I ever thought he was. Okay. Like, I was a big fan of his. I thought he was losing a little bit of it. Now I've become an even bigger fan watching all this crap develop over the years. I mean, because, I know Antonio Brown won a championship, but he was never as good as he was when he was with the Steelers, because he was good on a consistent basis. Le'Veon Bell was never, ever the same player again once he left the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I attribute all of that to Mike Tomlin in creating the culture that he has there on that team. Major, major, major props to Mike Tomlin. And funny line with the whole AB thing. Come on, you all know that's not going to happen. Oh, man. Joy Taylor, hot. Yes. Let's see. Hunter Butler, and he got flowed just on defense. Hell of a coach, but nowhere near the offense. Yeah, no, I mean, and he's got him as a position coach. He's coaching the linebackers. That's fine. Did Joy Taylor finally leave the Cow Turd show? I don't think so. I don't watch the Cow Turd show, so I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything. I don't know. Maybe she did, and I don't know. I can't say for sure. I don't watch that shit. Nothing against Joy. I got nothing against Joy. I support Joy. Wish her the best, but I want nothing to do with, I could never watch that show, because that guy for me is just, I see through the bullshit. I've been doing this too long, and I know when a host is actually really doing their jobs and not playing the lazy troll game, So for me, you're not going to get me to ever be positive about anything with that. I got to tell you. By the way, myedgedrink.com. You want the finest, the best, delicious, smooth, zero aftertaste, only 78 calories, an energy drink that is second to none. And that's Edge Energy Drink. Go to myedgedrink.com. Use our code BIG. Ow! And right there, you're going to get 10% off your order there at myedgedrink.com. Wherever you are in the country, go to myedgedrink.com. I promise you, great elixir, great to mix it with a little vodka, a little rum, you name it, man. You are going to absolutely love it. I promise you. When I tell you, because energy drinks normally have an aftertaste, and that drives my ass crazy. That's why I'm not big on energy drinks. But Edge is a different monster. Zero aftertaste. Delicious, smooth. You're going to want to use it as a soft drink is what you're going to do, okay? I see some people use other energy drinks that they go through a couple of them a day, and they like that. Try Edge, and you will switch. Go to myedgedrink.com and use our code BIG. Oh! Get 10% off your order. myedgedrink.com. All right, what else do we have here on the program? By the way, at noon, Danny Sabatello is going to be joining us. He'll be part of Bellator 282 on the 24th here, which is Friday. Actually, I was wondering, is it Friday or Saturday? It's the quarterfinals, by the way, of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. He'll be taking on Leandro Higo. And Danny, the Italian gangster, who, by the way, is training here at Top Team in Sunrise. He's going to join us at noon, so we'll have a little fun with him. And we'll talk to to the man born in Chicago, Illinois, but making his home here in South Florida and fighting out of Sunrise. So we'll talk to the Italian gangster at the top of the hour. You said it, oh, if she's happy, that's all that matters. Exactly. But you should be happy for anybody that is happy with themselves. So that's the key right there. All of us should be. Let's see. Big O, the 20th and 21st of June, all 3 Heat title anniversaries. Which is your favorite? 06 for me is my favorite. 06 will always be my favorite. I was in the locker room, but watching Zoe and UD win championships. Okay, not just Wade, but watching what Zoe and UD had, especially Zoe, what he had gone through, and UD with his long career and what he did against Dirk in that series. That 06 championship was awesome, dude. Awesome. Let's see. Channing is going to ask it. You know that, oh. Happy to see Channing grow so much from the Coop and Crowder days. Blessed to have an intern for them as well. Yeah. No, it's polar opposite of what he does. Listen, what he does with Hawk is it's fun. They do a great job. They have fun, all that, but it's not a sports show. And there's no meat to the matter there. You know what I mean? They just screw around and just bullshit all day. And so it's not something that, whatever. But what he does on the pivot, that's good shit. That's good shit. That's more my stuff. That's what I like. That's the kind of stuff that I like. That's more sports talk. Yes, sir. You got breaking news again?
Well, Goodell was in front of the House Oversight Committee today.
And
now Tom Pelissero is reporting House Oversight Committee Chairwoman Maloney announces she is issuing a subpoena for Daniel Snyder to testify next week.
Ooh. A subpoenas. Look out. That's not good. Okay. All right. Daniel Snyder. What a putz. People like Daniel Snyder. These are people that they brought the football to the park. They didn't get picked. And then they took the football home because they didn't get picked. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what, that's Daniel Snyder right there. That's what it is. Let's see. Big O, did you ever see the prequel Star Wars with your wife? I did. We finished the first 3 with the wife, and then we went through the final the 5 Obi-Wans. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to ruin anything for you all. But yes, I did do everything with the wife, so she caught up because she had never watched the first 3 episodes, not the original 3, which is episodes 4, 5, and 6, but the Revenge of the Sith and all those other ones. What is considered episodes 1, 2, and 3. In other words, that second group of Star Wars movies. So she had never seen those 3, and since we're watching Obi-Wan, she needed to watch those 3. So we went back and watched all 3. And now we've caught up with Obi-Wan. And I think tomorrow we get a new Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan is Wednesday. And we're watching The Old Man with Bridges. And I love Bridges. He's so good at acting like an awkward dude. Now, the show has been slow the first 2 episodes because they're kind of setting the scene and all that on FX, The Old Man. So I can't tell you it's good or great or anything yet. So we'll see if it gets better. So far, it's been all right. I can't tell you to go with that. I am enjoying Obi-Wan. I am enjoying it. I'm not going to tell you it's better. Like The Mandalorian, I enjoyed more. You know what I mean? But listen, as a Star Wars geek, I am just grateful that they're going into all these directions with all of these. We need to do a Darth Vader one, right? It's got to be a Darth Vader one. Got to have that. It's today, last episode dropped today. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, that's right. It's Wednesday. I'm sorry, my bad. Right, Wednesdays is Obi-Wan, and then tomorrow is the Old Man. So we should get a new one. There you go. What else do we have? Big O, the GOAT of Miami sports. I don't know about that, but thank you. Appreciate you. Whatever happened to 790s Eric Reed and Josh Freeman? I don't personally know Eric Reed. Never did. I don't even know if I ever even spoke to him once, because he and I never worked on the same station. I don't think I ever saw him in any of the games when I used to go to games a lot. So no. Freeman I talked to a couple months back, and he's not doing anything in the business. I know that, unfortunately. I tried to inspire his ass to go do his own baseball podcast. I think he should. I think he could get a following. I think he can do something with it, but I think he's chosen to get out of the business and not stay in it. So, what can I say? Doctor Strange is available on Disney Plus. My daughter and wife watch Doctor Strange, or you mean Stranger Things? You mean Stranger Things, right? Not Doctor Stranger. Stranger Things. I mean, yes, I haven't seen that yet, and everybody loves Stranger Things. Everybody swears by Stranger Things. By the way, you see this? Naomi Osaka and LeBron James are launching a media company. It's kind of interesting, right? Osaka is, and it's their projects. They're like movies and all that. And one of the things, it's scripted and nonfiction content. So Patsy Mink, who was the first woman of color in the U.S. Congress, that's going to be the first film that Osaka and LeBron's new media company, they're going to do a biography on her. So it's going to be stuff like that. She has a representative agency called Evolve also for athletes. It's interesting because Osaka, in the sense of in public and dealing with the media and all of the other type of media, not this kind of media, this is completely different. But in the other kind of media, she's a very uncomfortable person, right? Yet on this side, you're not dealing with the public because you're in the creative process of all of this. So maybe this is something also, and I give her credit. And let me tell you something. As much as I LeBron pisses me off at times with his selfishness in basketball, what he did to the Cavs fans, what he did here in Miami, how he's handled stuff with the Lakers, just he handles it in a really shitty fashion, and he only gives a shit about himself, and he doesn't care what he does to these franchises, whether he comes or goes and what happens to them and what he leaves in the wake and all that stuff. Having said all that, in compartmentalizing everything, he is fantastic at getting others involved and elevating others, like he has with his friends. Obviously, the agent, what's his name now, Rich Paul, which is his, one of his best friends, has become a really powerful agent, and he's helped some of his other friends. And now he teams up with Osaka, obviously, to then create this media company. Okay. And it reminds me a lot of, a little different, but Nipsey Hussle. And Nipsey obviously came from a rough upbringing. He then has success in the music business. And then what does he do with that success? He's not just blowing his money and banging hoes and doing nothing. No, he creates businesses and he helps other friends and family members elevate themselves in the process. which is really, really cool because you are sharing your success and using your success to raise others, to help them elevate themselves. And there's something beautiful about that. You know what I mean? So I give LeBron a lot of credit in that sense that he has looked out for his friends. He's looked out, obviously, for his family. And he has done other things and projects where he's teaming up with Osaka in trying to build, another type of media company out there. So it's kind of interesting. And I give him credit for that because I don't think we help each other enough in this world. And give LeBron James credit. While he is successful, we may not be happy with some of his basketball decisions, but in life, he has done a magnificent job of helping and elevating others. And I think that's really, really important. So congratulations to LeBron on that. Can't believe I said that, but you got to call it like you see it. 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Eddie Lepp says, you have to watch Stranger Things. Have to, he says. Now, Eddie Lepp is a guy I trust now. So, there's a difference now. See, I have a relationship now with Eddie. I've met him now. I've met his family. He made things happen over there at Flagler Beach, where it's somebody I can trust. Oh, the wife and the daughter, they religiously watch it, Eddie. No, but listen, when it comes to Stranger Things, I haven't heard a person that watches it say anything negative about it. That's the amazing part about it. It's like drinking Edge energy drink. You try Edge, you will never say anything bad about it. You'll say it's delicious, it's smooth, it has zero aftertaste. Oh my God, why wasn't I drinking this before? Same thing. So that's all I hear about Stranger Things. I only hear good stuff. Darth Sidious should have a series to see how he became evil. Love to see that. That would be a nice dark one. No, the MCU Marvel movies, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, but Stranger Things is quality too. Oh, I got you now, Chad. Okay. I got you. Let's see. Stranger Things is awesome. It's a must watch. That's what Kells says. Big O, LeBron doesn't own any franchise, anything other than his play on the court. It's a business. He's fine to treat it such. Franchises do it all the time. We'll disagree on that one. You could have told the Cavaliers you were leaving. You didn't have to have the decision. I couldn't disagree with you more, Andy. That's being a complete asshole is what LeBron was. Just a complete asshole. You don't need to have the decision. The city loves you. The state loves you. They drafted you. Just go tell the owner, hey, man, I appreciate everything you did. Look him in the eye, shake his hand, go talk to the people in Cleveland, hold a press conference, say, I love you guys. We tried everything we can, but I've got to move on. This decision bullshit that you take him to the end, that's bullshit, Andy. And then what he did with Miami, so you come to Miami to learn how to win, and you finally learn how to win, but then you wait till the moratorium was over so Riley was screwed before you tell him you're not coming back. Andy, I'm sorry, dude. There's a way of doing business with people, and there's a way of respecting what the business you do with people. In fact, recently, there was a sponsor that I wasn't necessarily happy with. I won't deal with them ever again. It's the way it is. Not going to say anything, but just there are ways of doing business. And when you cross that unprofessional line which he does all the time, I disagree with you. There are ways of doing things. Okay? I was working at 940 Wins. I was working at 940 Wins and at 830 Radio Acción. So I was working for 2 stations for Paxson. I got a job on a nationally syndicated show in San Francisco. And I told them I was leaving with 2 months. Not 2 weeks, not a week, not a day, not 3 weeks. I gave them 2 months' notice. So there's a way of doing business. And if you have a job and they gave you a job and you're grateful about that job and you excelled and you built something up and now, Andy, you get to move on. So what do, Andy? You give them a day and you leave? Or do you give them at least the 2 weeks? I don't know. How do you do business, Andy? So you and I disagree, my brother. Maybe you don't do any business. That's why you don't care. Maybe that's why you have, you're good treating people like shit. Maybe that's your way of doing business. That's not my way of doing business. No, it's not my way of doing business. So you and I are going to wholeheartedly disagree on that. From a Lakers fan perspective, Lakers owe LeBron a ton, took us out of the... Right. You're right. Yeah, but you guys are a disaster. Lakers are a piece of shit. LeBron went there and lifted a piece of turd up to, because you guys are a disaster. You were done. And once he leaves, you're done as a franchise again. You're a joke of a franchise. You don't have any more leadership there anymore. You're living completely on the history of the Lakers. So you are right in that sense. But LeBron was joining a great franchise in the Miami Heat. And a franchise that did everything he needed in order to win. And by the way, I argue he would win more here if he would have stayed. Because Riley would have figured it out. But whatever. It is what it is. But there's a way of doing business in this world. And you need to look people in the eye, and you need to handle business the right way and respect people when you do business. Even when things don't work out, you have to look people in the eye and have an understanding and try to part ways as friends. Because you can do that when both parties did their best and things didn't work out. You can live with that. What you can't live with is the smiling faces, hidden agendas. But Andy Rivas, I guess you're fine with smiling faces, hidden agendas, and treating people like shit. Maybe that's your thing. You're comparing pro athletes to people. They didn't give LeBron anything. LeBron's a superstar athlete who gave them his services. Also, I played minor league baseball and had a career today. Well, then if you have a career, I hope you don't handle it like LeBron. LeBron can only get away with it because he's a superstar. That doesn't justify it, my brother. That behavior is not justifiable. So, I've talked about this enough. If you don't have the common sense to understand what I'm talking about when it comes to business and relationships, I can't help you, man. As individuals, we're all flawed, but as a gazillion-dollar businesses, they are the ones that they should act and set the example and not trash the players when they do the same. There was no trashing there going on. It was all trying to work everything together. But it is what it is. Big O LeBron lost me even more when he disrespected Pat Riley and Alonzo Mourning and got involved and put him. Yeah, no, I'm with you. LeBron's a big ass phony when it comes to all that stuff in basketball. I agree, Big O. Where is your rant to the trizillionaire organizations? I don't know. What's the rant about? What's the rant about? Don't know what you're talking about. Have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, man. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh. Wait a minute. No, let's take a quick break because we got the hour going on now. Hour number 3. Let's do that because it's 12:09 is next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Give your dog the same therapy that many veterinarians use today, but at a fraction of the cost. Pads are available in 3 sizes and come with attachment straps, clips, and an easy-to-use manual. Red Recover can help your dog with arthritic conditions, muscle soreness, intervertebral disc disease, ACL rehabilitation, performance, aging, and general health and happiness. You simply place the pad over the desired area and allow our proprietary Tri-Light therapeutic wrap to penetrate deep into the tissue where a number of healing parameters will be stimulated. When starting treatment, apply for 10 to 15 minutes daily and lessen the application time as needed for best results. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, we are awaiting hopefully Danny Sabatello here, but we do have Schultz at 12:30. So we will see if we get him on in time and talk a little bit with him before he's got obviously Bellator 282 on Friday. So we will find out. By the way, Luke says, where's your rant on billionaire organization? He says, I don't mean trashing. I mean when they trade them without courtesy. Like what? Like the Marlins? Don't we rip them all the time, Luke? Not exactly sure. What are you talking about, dude? You got anything specific? What did the Heat trade that was so insulting? Did they trade a player away that, oh my God, we shouldn't have traded him away? Who was it, Luke? I'm sorry, because I don't even remember that under the Pat Riley regime. Are we going to complain, or are we just going to invent some shit, or what? I'm sorry. I must have missed it. Who did the Panthers trade away that, oh my God, they shouldn't have traded away? Must have missed it. It's only the Marlins that do that. So what rant do you want, Luke? What are we talking about, my brother? What the F are you talking about? What rant? What specific rant do you want? What millionaire organization in South Florida outside of the Marlins freaked you out on some kind of a trade? Please tell me which one it was. I mean, it's just like you're bringing up something and there's nothing to talk about. There's no team in this town that acted like LeBron. None. Nada. Nay. So I can't go after the billionaires when they don't do it. This is why phone calls have been eliminated. Right there. Big O, we are running it at Sports Grill and Bird Road. I'm bringing my cousin Shambi for the NBA draft. Nice. Nice. Very nice. I will defend the Lakers to the end. You can have fun with the Lakers. You know, I'm talking about LBJ giving Cleveland. He screwed Cleveland the first time. We're talking about you can't. The way he left Cleveland was unacceptable in every way possible. All right, this is old crap already. Anyway, Gronk ends up retiring. By the way, Jordan Schultz broke that story yesterday on Gronkowski retiring. Is he the best ever tight end? He might be the most complete tight end I've ever seen. Him and Bavaro are the guys that when I think about a guy that can pass catch and block the hell out of people, that's where I come up with Mark Bavaro and a guy like Gronkowski. By the way, Jason Witten was that guy too. Jason Witten coming out of Tennessee. I believe Tennessee, right? Was a hell of a blocker too. And obviously a terrific pass catcher. Played, he came back and played one more year. What was it, last year? Year before, whatever? I think it was the year before. So you think about, the Shannon Sharps of the world. You think about the Kellen Winslows of the world. And obviously, you start looking at the young guys that we have now, and Travis Kelce, the Raider kid who's phenomenal. Now I'm brain farting right now. But you guys know who Waller, right? Darren Waller, right? He's freaking awesome. I mean, he is a stud. But Gronk is right up there, man. Right up there as one of the most complete tight ends I have ever seen in my life. I mean, I've seen Gronkowski throw defensive ends to the ground. That's just not normal. Okay? Unless it's a blocking tight end. And even for a blocking tight end to throw a defensive end to the ground, That's high praise right there. I saw Gronk in his day. Wasn't doing it lately, but in his early days, Gronk was a monster, man. Like a freak of all freaks. And, some people are saying, well, he might come back later on in the year and all that, save his body. Whether it looks like he's done. Whether he's not, this is his second time, retiring. But it's kind of weird. Last time you kind of understood Brady was gone. He wanted to he was kind of tired of the whole, New England stuff. It wore out on him. And then Brady comes back to Tampa. And all of a sudden now he comes out of retirement, right? And so you look at it and you say, well, he came out to play with Brady, plays a couple of years, maybe that. And remember how he looked his final year in New England. I didn't think he could come back after that. He looked like he was beaten down, and somehow or another he was able to get back and play 2 more years. I think it's taken such a toll on him. Maybe this is the time where he really says, it's over. Certainly made his money, and he keeps making money because he's doing advertising and everything, and he's a character, so people will want to use him for all kinds of appearances and things like that. I don't think he's going to be the movie star some of you thought he was going to be, because some of you out there are like, no, Gronk will be a big movie star. And it's like he can't put 2 sentences together. But then again, Triple X also is kind of the same, right? Is it Triple X? What's the guy's name? The bald guy that's in that Diesel, Vin Diesel. I mean, that guy doesn't say more than 4 words every time he opens his mouth in any movie. Although, actually, I did freak out. I saw a movie he was in the other day, a couple weeks back, and he actually had like several sentences. I was like, wow, Vin Diesel talks. I was amazed. But no, I don't expect Gronk to be a major movie star. A major goofball, I can see that. That I can see. But damn, what a great tight end, man. One of the greatest of all time. Let's see. Greater Good says Major League Baseball is dead to me because the league was complicit with Luria. Well, I mean, they buried themselves with Luria, and they made him rich. Greater Good, I would be more pissed at the city of Miami being stupid in cutting a deal with that clown. That's what I would do. That's where I would be way more pissed off, is that the city of Miami was stupid enough to cut a deal and build a stadium for that clown. That's the part that for me is absolutely unacceptable. By the way, at 12:30, we will be joined by Jordan Schultz and redrecover.com Schultz Report. At 1 o'clock, we'll talk to Craig Mish. We'll talk a little baseball because baseball has been very, very good to me. By the way, Liquor Split is a proud sponsor of our program, and it is Miami's own liquor store. Download the app, iOS or Android. They've got a great selection of liquor, okay? You're looking for a little whiskey. You're looking for a little vodka. You're looking for a little wine. You're looking for a little rum. You want some beer. You want some snacks. They've got all kinds of things. That's why I want you to go check it out. Go to the website. And I don't want you drinking and driving. So if the party already started, the meeting already started, you're already drinking, no need to get behind the wheel. And plus, it's a $2.99 flat fee. Period. End of story. No hidden charges. In fact, $1 of that $2.99 goes to helping homelessness in Miami. So not only are you saving yourself a problem getting behind the wheel, which you should not, even if you've been drinking, but not only that, you're also saving gas. It's kind of expensive. Your time, you know what I mean? That's also precious. And now you get it delivered right to your house. And you're also making a donation and helping out homelessness in Miami. Download the app here in South Florida, in Miami. Download it, Liquor Split, iOS or Android, and order it, baby. Liquorsplit.com. You can also get My Edge drink there, my energy drink, Edge energy drink. You can also get it there. Okay. Now, you will not get the discount. If you want the discount, you got to go to myagedrink.com and get the 10% off there for your delivery. Okay. Just to kind of make sure we're all good. What about masseuses? LOL. Liquor split got those? Need some. Well, John, you and Deshaun Watson, that's not what they're doing there at Liquor Split, okay? They'll get you the liquor. You could go get your own masseuse. Okay, so that's what you do, John. You order some Liquor Split. You get the liquor delivered. Then you order your masseuse. And then you go and have a lot of fun. That's all. That's what you do. Ronnie says, Big O, why do trolls complain about RQB? Do they want the Dolphins to spend another pick on a QB instead of a linebacker, another lineman, another center? Ronnie, I don't really give a crap what they think. I don't care, bro. And why would you worry about it? Better yet, don't worry about it. That's what you got to do, unfortunately. Don't worry about it. Stay away. If you like the kid, then that's all that matters. The rest, they'll all be convinced once they see the kid play. Outside of that, I would not worry about it. All right. Something needs to be locked down. Okay? And when it needs to be locked down, we need to talk about it. And it's time now for our ALennyLocksmith.com lockdown segment.
Time to lock it down. The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Services in South Florida from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, ALennyLocksmith.com locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Here's the Big O to tell you what needs to be locked down.
Tell you what needs to be locked down. And it's Mickey Arison and Pat Riley. They need to lock it down. Listen, I don't expect Bradley Beal to go anywhere. He wants to be in Loserville in Washington. Dane Lillard is too old. Donovan Mitchell, is he available or not, is the question. That's the question we've got to find out. But if Donovan Mitchell is available, one, Pat Riley has to make it happen. Two, Mickey Arison needs to get ready to start paying a tax. All right? You got Philadelphia threatening to take P.J. Tucker. You need to re-sign him. Caleb Martin, you need to bring him back. Victor Oladipo, you've got his bird rights. And you've got picks. You've got Tyler Hero. You've got Duncan Robinson. You've got trade chips. The window is this small for the Miami Heat. They don't have a 2-year, 3, 4-year window down the line. They need to build this team to win next year because 2024 is not guaranteed to anybody. And Jimmy Butler may get really old really fast in 2024. Kyle Lowry, at this eating pace, at my eating pace, he will not last for 2 more years. So you better hope he loses weight and he comes back in shape for next year because his window is also closing. Mickey hasn't had to pay a tax in a long time. You got a lot of money, my man. You got more money than we could ever imagine. More money than you ever need. So you can afford to spend a couple of extra bucks and roll the dice. But it is time for them to lock it down this offseason. This is the offseason. Jimmy Butler did not go into the offseason with a knee injury, a shoulder injury, an elbow injury, some kind of torn ligament. Did not happen. Thank the Lord Kyle Lowry did not blow out some kind of ligament because that's what I was terrified. When you're that fat and you're out of shape like that and you play like he plays, the risk is there. And luckily, he stayed healthy. He did not blow out any ligaments. So your team is really healthy going into the offseason. Your team has an opportunity to get in shape, Kyle Lowry, get in a groove, add the talent you need. You're right there. You're knocking on the door, but you're not going to get over the hump with this same group you have right now. They're not good enough. And what's been proven, Jimmy Butler doesn't have that star next to him. So we are headed out to Vegas next month. We're going to be out there for 10 days covering the Las Vegas Summer League. We're going to be out there with a lot of NBA people. We're going to get NBA people on. We're going to follow this off season like nobody else, because nobody else in town has two insiders tied up. And by the way, another one coming up here at the bottom of the hour, a national insider in Jordan Schultz. So we got it covered for you. But it is time for Mickey Harrison to lock it down, to open up that checkbook. I know Pat Riley can make it happen, but the guy that's got to lock it down and be willing to take that gamble is Mickey Harrison. He's the one that pays that check. That's your A. Lenny Locksmith Lockdown segment. Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County, Port St. Lucie, 24-hour locksmith, house and car locksmiths, residential and commercial locksmith. They can program your car keys. They do it all. Even in Orlando and Tampa, we have locations, and also in Phoenix, Arizona. So if you're looking for a locksmith, support the people that support us. ALennyLocksmith.com. Mickey Harrison, time to lock it down.
The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming. All model cars. 24-hour service. Call them anywhere in South Florida at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at ALennyLocksmith.com, where we lock it down.
2 hours down, 2.5 hours down. We got a little bit more to go. We got about I would say close to another hour left, because we'll have Jordan now, and then we'll get Craig Mish out at 1 o'clock. So we'll have a little fun with Craig, and we'll get him on and talk a little baseball. All right. What else do we have here? Oh, by the way, if you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. And by the way, if your business wants to be a part of our business and support our platform, please reach out to us. 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. And by the way, we are looking for a place to host once a month a Dolphin Roundtable with myself and our insiders. And this is going to be the show of all shows. I think no Dolphin show has ever been created like this. So got the sales guys working on it, but I'll just tell you, because there might be a business in South Florida that's watching and may want to host this once a month, where myself and 4 of the insiders will be having a round table and going back and forth. It'll be live on YouTube, but we're going to get everybody in there. You guys will be able to come. I think a big crowd is going to come to this, and we're going to have all kinds of giveaways and stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we want to do it once a month. So that's a show that we're about to add. So we are looking for a home to host a Dolphins Roundtable monthly here on the program. So we're working on that, and we're also working on a weekly hurricane show too. So we're trying to nail that down too, get the right spot for a weekly hurricanes show also here on the program. So we are working on all kinds of things to help the platform grow, but obviously we need to team up with some of the right sponsors for it. If you want to be a part of that, you can reach out to our business line at 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. And I'm telling you, this Dolphin Roundtable show will be the most popular show in town by miles and miles. I don't think anybody's ever done that, where you got, 5 guys that have been covering the team for about 100 years, going back and forth and arguing about the team and things like that, and going back and forth on some of the subjects and taking your questions too. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So we are looking for the right home for that one. All right. So if you happen to know the right business that wants to step up, we are in talks with some folks, but I am looking for the right home and want to nail that down as soon as possible. So reach out to us on our business line at 786-754-4664 if you want to get in and join us on our platform and promote your business there with one hell of a show that we're going to put together here on the program. All right, we are awaiting Jordan Schultz. We gave you our lockdown segment. We gave you our liquor split matchup of the night. By the way, tomorrow, Alan Poupar will be on the show. Marcel Louis-Jacques and Ira Winderman will join us on Thursday, actually. We had to move Ira up from Friday to Thursday. Anthony Chang will be on Friday with Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, and Cameron Wolf. I think we're at Acura this Friday, aren't we? We are, right? I'm pretty sure of that, right? So tomorrow we'll be at Hialeah Park, and Friday we'll be over at Acura of Pembroke Pines. All right. We are ready. Let's bounce around the NBA and the NFL with the man that broke the Rob Gronkowski retirement story yesterday. It is the RedRecover.com Schultz Report. That is next.
RedRecover.com presents the Schultz Report with NFL and NBA insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors like yourself assist your body's own healing and recovery with red light therapy. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's insider Jordan Schultz.
There he is. All right, so where's Gronk retiring to after you broke that story? What's he going to do next?
He's going to play in the USFL for the Guardians with Jeff Fisher. That's the plan. I think working out some contract stuff.
Boy, Jeff Fisher really lit up that league this year, didn't he? Holy moly! What was he, like 3-6 or something like that? Or I don't know what it was.
Not only is the record bad, but there was something about like timeouts, and he people joking that like he thinks he can save the timeouts from game to game, so he's trying to like accumulate them or something. Oh man!
Yeah.
I swear, Orlando, you put me and you in the USFL, we win more games than Jeff Fisher.
I mean, Jeff Fisher, brother. Wow, talk about a guy that fell from grace, like big time, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I was really excited for Gronk. We had a great conversation yesterday, and multiple, talks leading up to it. And I've known Rob for a while now, and I don't think the average fan knows how introspective of a guy he is, because he has this larger than life persona, and he's such a fun guy, fun loving guy. And, you see that, but also there's like this really low key chill side to Rob. And, when we talked yesterday, I just heard a guy who was happy, very content with his decision. He's 33 years old. He's got a lot of other interests outside of football and investing. And I think he's going to be, really successful regardless of what he does. But I did hear a guy who was really happy when we spoke yesterday.
Yeah. I get the feeling this was real. You know why? Brady brought him out of retirement. He was kind of tired. You could tell that he was kind of tired of the Patriot way, all that stuff. Cause he knew that he could have a little fun in Tampa, which he did. Obviously he and Brady would do that silly little show every week with the chairs and answering all the questions and all that kind of stuff. But you could tell also that that last year in New England, he looked so beat up and slowed down at that point that I thought no way he would come back. And yet he came back to play 2 more years. I would imagine his body has had enough already at this point. And for him to quit on Brady, that tells you he's had enough already, because you could tell he loves that dude and he wants to play with that dude. So his body must be telling him, yeah, brother, we can't do this anymore.
Yeah, his body. Yeah, exactly right. And when he retired for the first time a few years back, his body was completely shot. And we've had a lot of conversations about what it was like for him, going, talking to the doctors and learning about what he needed to do just to get back to feeling okay every day before football even was a possibility again. He's a massive mountain of a man, but when you're that big, you take a lot of these hits on the knees. I think his back, his obviously a ton of head hits. So
he had a plate in his back coming out of Arizona State, dude.
Yeah, when he came out of Arizona, he broke his back in college. So these injuries predate the NFL. This is going on over a decade.
That's why he fell in the draft, actually.
Right.
Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him, but they didn't want to take a chance because he already had a plate in his back when he was coming out of school. And people were like, holy shit, this guy. And look what I was talking about this earlier. I remember Jason Witten was a great two-way tight end. Mark Bavaro was an effing monster that could block and catch. Because, we could talk about Darren Waller and we could talk about all kinds of the Travis Kelce's of the world and all that. And they can challenge Gronk as a pass catcher. But when we talk about playing the complete tight end position, he might be the best of all time when we talk about the blocking aspects. Because I remember a young Gronkowski throwing defensive ends to the ground. Okay?
Yeah.
That's not normal shit, dude. Just tight ends don't throw defensive ends to the ground. And Bavaro and him and even a Jason Witten, they could overpower those kind of guys.
Yeah, Gronk was a true all-purpose tight end.
Yes.
The stats are ungodly, incredible. But that also overshadows the blocking, especially to your point early in his career. I think it was also his mentality. This is a guy who, again, you see all the grandiose stuff, and you forget that he's a football player. He was a pretty football player. That's why his teammates loved him. I've talked to Leonard Fournette, Tom Brady about Gronk, and just the amount of respect that they have for him is tremendous.
All right, let me switch sports. That's the beauty of having an insider like yourself that breaks NFL and NBA stories. So break the story here. Bradley Beal, you know what he's doing, right? He's staying, right? He's staying in Loserville, right? That's what it is. Because why would he say, I know what I'm doing? He's not LeBron James, dude. He's not going to take the Washington Wizards fans and the organization to the brink to then say, see ya. No, that's not who he is. He's staying, right? Tell me that, right?
I do believe he's staying. I do also have a video coming out today saying my favorite fit for Bradley Beal is South Beach. It's my favorite fit. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Well, I mean, outside of Kyrie Irving, who isn't a fit here? I mean, obviously a flake like Kyrie Irving can't handle an organization like Miami.
Pat Riley would love having Kyrie.
No way.
Okay.
No way. Kyrie can't play here. He's not responsible enough. He's not committed enough to play here.
No, I think with Bradley Beal, he's 28, so he's still a young player. He's still in his prime. He came into the NBA. He was one of the younger players ever drafted out of Florida. But also, you mentioned LeBron. LeBron had already been on basically, I guess you could say, three teams by the time he was 29 or 30. So, he had already done this act many times. I don't think Bradley Beal is going to do that. I don't think he has any real tangible interest in leaving Washington. And there's been, no player, especially one of his stature, has been rumored to be traded or leaving more so over the last 5 years than him. And I still don't think it's going to happen.
And yet no player shows more of a commitment to their city than Bradley Beal, where he's out in events, he's dedicating courts, He's doing all. I mean, the guy. He's like Damian Lillard. It's like they don't show. We talk all this shit, and yet those two guys never have given you any ammo to say that they would be leaving, thinking about it, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it kind of gets to that point. All right. So anything else change? You know, a lot of us are talking about Jeremy Grant, that if they can't get Donovan Mitchell, and if he doesn't really want to get out, or they can't let him out of his deal, Jeremy Grant would be that second level type of star to go after. What are you hearing about Jeremy Grant?
Yeah, Jeremy Grant is someone that I think most NBA fans, average NBA fans, didn't know about before he went to Detroit. And he's a really good player. He's not a number one guy, but he is a legit number two option. He can defend a little bit. He's got that 6'9" wiry game. He can really shoot the three. I think the appeal with him for Miami is that you could play him with or without Bam. You could play him in a big lineup or a small lineup, and he gives tremendous flexibility offensively because of his offensive skill set. So I'm a big Jeremy Grant fan. He's had a better career than I ever thought he would have, and it's my understanding that he is available. I think there's a lot of stuff that could happen here the next 36 hours with the draft. You know, does Detroit want to try to move up and secure a guy like Jaden Ivey? Do they move back? What about Oklahoma City? Are they really committed to Chet Holmgren like everyone thinks? So there's all these little rumors and chess pieces here. Sacramento's another team that can move. But I do think Jeremy Grant is available.
Do you trade Tyler Hero for him?
Oh man, I'm so pro Tyler, and he had such a great season. I wouldn't trade Hero for him.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Because you know that's what's going to have to happen.
Yeah.
There's no way that's the trade chip that Miami has.
Yeah.
They're not just going to take Duncan and a couple of first rounders. They're not going to do that.
Yeah. I wouldn't. I still think Tyler's upside. I don't think.
Okay. So let me run this by you. Okay. So if you can't get what I really want is Donovan Mitchell, as you know, and obviously you keep telling me that is not happening right now. Okay. So if I can't get my star, then a Jeremy Grant's not bad. A John Collins, you know, something like that. But what I like about that is, and I heard now, you know, I saw that my boy Keith over at the Sixers, he's reporting that, you know, they're willing to trade Thibault to free up money to give Tucker a 3-year, $30 million deal. If I'm the Heat, I'm signing Tucker, and if I can't get my will, I get Grant. That way, I don't have to burn out Tucker, and I bring Grant, Oladipo, and Caleb Martin off the bench. Oladipo becomes my sixth man after I traded Tyler Hero. Caleb becomes my two-way player, and Jeremy Grant becomes my forward. And all of a sudden now I've got a posse coming off the bench that is just nasty and ready to go. And I think it makes the Heat so much better. And you can actually take care of PJ and keep him as fresh as possible till you get to the playoffs by using Jeremy will be a bench player, but he'll be a bench player that's getting 30 minutes a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What about Strus and Robinson?
No, Robinson's probably gone in a deal.
Okay.
He's gone. You have to open up cap space. You have no choice. You have to get rid of Robinson, right? And Strus is Robinson playing a little defense now. So I'd rather have Strus over Robinson because he's more complete. Robinson, Tyler, and some picks are gone this offseason.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Yeah, I don't hate that. That would give you a lot of length. You know, Grant adds a lot of length. That's nice. And also
and Riley, dude, he's in love with length. Mm-hmm. Any player that's long, I'm going after that. That's my guy right there. That's Riley because I
like the idea of serving Tucker at this stage in his career. You know, I thought he wore down. To be honest, parts during the season. I think that really long, sustained title run with the Bucks took a lot out of him at his age.
I agree, but you have to bring him back because he's too important to what you do and setting the example. And you got to eat the back end of that contract. Because, see, my thing, and I just did a little thing before you came on. Jimmy and Lowry, you signed your death warrant, dude.
Yeah,
you don't have 4 or 5 years. Your window is next year. Probably its peak next year. That's it. It was this year and next year. 2024, you're already gambling at that point. So you're better off keeping Tucker. And yeah, the back end of those contracts are going to suck. But if you're going to make the run, you need to make it next year already. This coming season here has to be the run for Miami. And Pat Riley is another one. He wants to kind of finish this job before he walks off into the sunset. Well, dude, if you don't go for it this offseason, I don't think you'll ever finish it and you'll have to restart again. That's just me.
I think the window, I would agree. Your best chance was probably this past season, maybe another, perhaps one more. And
no more than that. You can't push.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. All right. One more thing before I let you go. What happens with this whole Daniel Snyder mess?
Oh God,
with the NFL. I mean, because obviously their asses are on the line for a lot more than Snyder. Because I think they would love to throw Snyder under the bus, but they're looking to cover up some other stuff there. Obviously,
Anders or the NFL.
The NFL.
Yeah, the NFL would exactly. I said that earlier today. In the NFL's mind, making Daniel Snyder the scapegoat and having everyone focus on just him would be tremendous. But there's a lot more layers here that I think are still going to keep coming out. It seems like every week or two, there's more. And the amount of cover that this guy's been, it's been 2 decades of him. So the amount of cover up you think that has happened during this time is outrageous. He to me is going to be, and I thought Stephen Ross was in real trouble. And I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but I think the timeline on this thing is getting sped up, and Daniel Snyder is really going to be the first guy since Donald Sterling to be forced out of ownership. I don't know how. I don't know what the timeline is, but I don't know how he keeps his team.
And I just keep thinking Nino Brown in court. Yeah. That's Daniel Snyder. If I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me. That's to me, Daniel Snyder is Nino Brown. Like he's going to take, if the Cash Money brothers are going down, then everybody else is going down. You know what I'm saying? So I just kind of get that feeling that dude is going to want to do that because that's who that guy is.
He is desperate.
Oh, no, it's just Snyder looks like the weasel that takes the ball to the park. And then he didn't get picked.
Yeah.
So he gets pissed and grabs the ball and goes home. You know what I mean? It's just kind of that's the weasel he reminds me of. You know what I'm saying? So I just kind of feel like he knows he's guilty. He did all kinds of crap. But he's not just going to lay the sword on his stuff. He'll then let it out and then take everybody else with him because that's just kind of what rubs me the way he is. You know what I mean?
I completely agree, and again, I don't know how he comes out of this alive per se in the NFL.
I'm with you there. All right, and plus, if he's stealing from the other guys, that's it. That's
that's another level.
That's it. They might send somebody to take him out. Actually, they might send Jeff Gillooly with a bat to take him out. You know what I'm saying? That's you never know. All right, what are you working on there on the Schultz report throughout the week so folks can check you out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Gronk thing was big. That was a big story, and I was fortunate enough to do that. Now you start to get into camps coming up in the next end of July. You got some big players who have not signed extensions. Deontay Johnson, McLaurin, Samuel, DK. So we're just interested to see what goes on there.
And by the way, the second most interesting part of the NBA season, the offseason.
The offseason, of course.
It's the playoffs, the offseason, and then the regular season is the most boring part.
Yeah, that's well said.
Yeah, so it's amazing. All right, follow him on Twitter at Schultz_report and catch him every week here with our redrecover.com Schultz report. As always, Jordan, thank you, my man. We'll catch up next week, my friend.
Thanks, so. Okay, bye. Be good.
You got it. There you go. Jordan Schultz, always getting it done, baby. It's our redrecover.com Schultz Report.
This has been the Schultz Report with insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light. With videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
And by the way, for redrecover.com, listen, I own 5 dogs, and one of the important things with redrecover.com, they offer a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dogs, by the way, heal and live a healthier life. You can give your dogs the same therapy many veterinarians actually use today, but of course, at a fraction of the cost. And from the convenience of your home, Red Recover Canine Wraps can help your dog with hip and back problems, arthritic conditions, and general wellness. Go to redrecover.com and enter the promo code BIG OW, and you will get 10% discount, and your dog will live a healthier and better life. All right. So as a guy that has 5 dogs, I'm definitely and my bigger dog, especially Maiden, as she's now like in her 5th year. So now as she starts getting older, you start to worry about hips and things like that. So Red Recover, I've been using it now, obviously. Sean's been using it for his knee on knee and his bone on bone in his knee. My wife's been using it for her back issues too. So I'm telling you, go to redrecover.com. They have so many different ways to help you out. And of course, use our code BIG OW, and you will get 10% off. Check out the blogs, check out the videos. So there's a lot of stuff there that explains the red light therapy and how it works. I pointed this hat, but it's actually over there, the hat. I don't have the Red Recover hat on right now, actually. I had it on before, but not now. Anyway, so there you go. Go check it out at redrecover.com and use our promo code BIG OW, and you will get 10% off. Jeremy Grannon, their first round pick for Hero. Hey, listen, I would love Donovan Mitchell. That's who I really want. Okay, if you can't get it, then as a fallback plan, a Jeremy Grant, a John Collins, if you could get something like that, then make it happen. But you better make it happen, is my point. And that's why I dedicated the last segment I had before earlier, the lockdown segment was to that. You got to get, this is now. I talked about this last offseason, that this past year was the year to do it. So Riley and Mickey Harrison already have lost out on their best year to win a title, which was this year. Now you're asking another year for Jimmy to hold up, for Lowry to hold up, for PJ Tucker to hold up. So you're asking for a lot. So it's another risk. But 2 years out from now, I'd be terrified. So if I'm them, I'm going for it all this year. And if you don't, then you made this move. And by the way, I talked about this 3 years ago, that if you didn't win it in the first couple of years of Jimmy Butler's career, you're not going to get the best of Butler after that. And I don't wish it on the man, but it's only a matter of time. He breaks down already all the time as it is. And we all love him, dude. I mean, how can you not love the way that guy plays, the way he sells out for you, for his teammates, for his owner, for his coaches? You love the way, but because he sells out that way, there's a shelf life. He only knows one gear. And if he can't play at that gear, he can't be Jimmy Butler. And if he can't be Jimmy Butler, then that's not the guy you're going to pay for. And I don't know if 2 years from now he can still be Jimmy Butler. So it has to be done this offseason. It has to be done this offseason. It had to be done this past season. And they didn't get it done. You screwed up big time. Now you cannot make it an even bigger screw up by not getting it done for this coming season. There is no more time to waste. All right, hour number 4 is next. Craig Mish is ready to go. We step in to the Welt and Rheaume batter's box with MLB insider Craig Mish next.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. Welt and Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt and Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welt and Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt and Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646. The views and statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welt and Rheaume Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
This is the Mishmeister. We are in the batter's box. How are you doing, Craig? Good afternoon, sir.
What's up, Orlando? How are you? I thought that I was going to see you on Sunday night, and I was looking for you in the crowd. I did not see you. I was actually shocked.
What was Sunday? What did I miss? I'm sorry.
I guess you weren't there then. REO Speedwagon, Sticks.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't go. Yeah, I was. I almost went with the daughter and the wife.
Yeah, I figured.
But we decided to chill out and relax. I mean, I've seen them like 100 times.
I'm sure. That's what I thought. My wife was like,
"How were they? How were they? They were good."
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah. I had a question for you about that. Do you think that that Sticks is the headliner on all of those shows, or do you think REO they swap back and forth? That was a question.
No, I think Sticks is the headliner in all the shows.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because Sticks was so much better, than REO. Was really good, but
REO is awesome, but Sticks is they're once when you get Dennis DeYoung with them, then you have like a powerhouse. It's funny because if they both got back together again, they would probably be filling bigger arenas. Actually,
yeah, they just hate each other like poison, though. So.
I know, dude. They just can't stand each. And it's funny because they played Mr. Roboto in your concert, which that was the album that
broke him up.
That broke him up and all that because DeYoung wanted to make this whole presentation and the costumes and all that, and these guys were like, dude, we just want to rock, bro. We just want to rock. And so Double J and Tommy Shaw were like, and that's what ended up having causing that split. And by the way, they do a nice job with the guy that runs the keyboards and sings the Dennis DeYoung role. Yeah, he's a good showman.
They don't like each other, and the other part of it too is that. Which really I think throws more salt on the wound is that they're doing Styx is doing all their shows with a lot of Dennis DeYoung songs, not just that one. They do Come Sail Away and others too, and then Dennis DeYoung has his own Tommy Shaw and his band. It's like what they're doing Renegade with Dennis DeYoung.
And he
So
sounds good, by the way.
he
His
is
Tommy
good.
Shaw guy sounds good too, by the way.
I know. It's see, that part of it is kind of hard, but I would tell you that once you kind of put that out of your mind and you don't worry about it, then Sticks is phenomenal. But look, I mean,
fine.
I agree with you though. If I don't think they're getting back together though, it doesn't seem
Never. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. They hate each other. It's like
it's no good.
it's like Morrissey and Johnny Marr. You cannot get those two ever in a room. It just will not happen. It sucks, man. It really, really sucks. But yeah, it's one of those, man. But I'm glad you got to see them.
You're
They're
the expert in that field, so I figured I would ask you.
Fun concert. That's a fun concert to go to. That's for sure. Last night, man, I gave the run and a half. I thought I had it in that sixth inning. They end up tying it and scoring those 3 runs. That kind of sucked right there, man. It's crazy because the bullpen numbers overall aren't really bad, but it just seems like there are clutch moments that have kind of been bad moments for them. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, if we're referring to last night's game, yeah, I
overall,
think,
just overall,
I think the ninth inning has been an issue a lot, and I mean, it seems like they're now using the same guy a lot, and I'm not sure that that's a great idea, but I guess we'll see in the long run. Their bullpen, bullpens. I talked to a lot of general managers about this, Orlando, and no one is really going to indict them for overall having the bullpen that they have because they're very fickle. Like you could look around the league and look at the highest paid guys, and out of the top 10, like 7 are not performing or hurt or something like that. But they just didn't get deep enough, I think, by getting like a veteran or 2 that could stabilize the bullpen. I think that's kind of where it was at. But in terms of the outcome of last night's game, and you said minus 1.5 or whatever. I mean, let's be honest, Orlando, if a team commits 4 errors in a Major League Baseball game like Colorado did, they don't deserve to be within 5 runs of that team. So,
you're right.
Last night's one of those games where as a Marlins fan, you look at Marlins fans are sort of jaded. They're all upset that they're like, what if all those 1-run losses that they have were wins? I would argue the last night was a case that they probably should have lost that game. I mean, my gosh, it's just.
And by the way, the year they got to the playoffs 2 years ago, they did phenomenal in those one-run games. They were awesome. That's the reason why they were able to sneak into the playoffs in that shortened season, because they were phenomenal in those one-run games. Now, let me ask you, the challenges of developing a bullpen without money, okay, without going to go buy this top reliever, that guy, these 2 hold guys, whatever. But in the minors, the challenge of trying to find extra arms in the minors that can do that job. What is that challenge for them?
I don't think it's that difficult. I think bullpens are pieced together for the most part. And again, the highest payroll teams are going to be able to sign those guys. But I mean, the best team in all of baseball right now is the New York Yankees. And how much are they paying their closer Clay Holmes right now to close games? Not that much, Orlando. It's a very fickle position. There's only a few Kenley Jansens out there. There's only a few Josh Haders out there.
And
the issue is really overall when you think about the outcome of this bullpen is Orlando last season, before the season started, you got to go back to it. They gave Anthony Bass a 2-year contract. The first year was 1 year, and the second year was 3 or 4. So essentially, that's who they signed to be their closer. I know it's not a lot of money, but over a 2-year period, it's okay, $2.5 million if you even it out. And he's been fantastic this season, but he's not closing games for them. So if you're going to spend the $2 or $3 million based on the payroll Miami has, that player has to be the one that's closing games. And unfortunately, Bass is just much better in a different role. He's been arguably as good as anybody in the 7th or 8th inning this season. But again, the 9th inning has been his bugaboo, and they don't seem like they want to go back to him there.
Yeah, well, maybe I guess he doesn't have the. It's really weird how the dynamics of closing or being a hold guy, and how that whole dynamic changes from one inning to another, and how you've got to be wired just a little different than the guy that's holding the
For
sixth,
sure.
seventh, and eighth inning. It's so weird, right? How it's I guess you go out there and you feel like the entire weight of the world is on you, whereas as a whole, you're just like, let me get through this inning, get the guys over to the next inning. It's almost like it's the same responsibility, yet I don't know why it changes and why the mentality needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, it's hard to say, and listen, I think the payroll point is well taken because again, had they gone out and gotten someone, then maybe certainly that ninth inning could have been stabilized. But overall, the bullpen's actually been okay for them. It
Yeah.
hasn't been terrible.
That's the thing.
But in the end, your record is what it is. People are going to look back and say, what if Tanner Scott didn't give up that home run to Stubbs against the Phillies? What if Salter hadn't given up?
That's what we hear from a lot of fans. Oh, the bullpen sucks. And you're like, no, dude, actually, if you look at the stats, they're really not that bad. But it's what I told you at the beginning of the damn interview. It's like there have been key moments that just stand out like a turn in a punch bowl. And you think that that's what happens all the time. And it really hasn't been the case.
Yeah, I mean, Alfaro hit that home run off Sulcer. That was a big moment this season. But look, again, it's all sort of nonsense to me because again, when you're playing in so many one-run games and they're close, what's happening? Your offense is not coming through in big spots. Let's start with that. Like that's what's happening, and that's the reason why the games are close and you're losing by one run. And then when you're winning by one run, you can go back and look at I think they're 7-17 or some 9-17, some horrible record in one-run games. I guarantee you I could look at those 9 one-run wins and go, oh, they probably should have lost 7, and it's the nature of baseball over 162. Crazy things are going to happen. And they must find a way very quickly now to get close to or back to 500, or they're going to be sellers again in August.
Oh, God, you just want them to be buyers. You don't want them to be sellers. But then again,
how they can be right now.
Yeah, right. If you don't have any
games out of first already, and the wild card is fading fast, they absolutely have to start winning some games quick.
I've kind of said that I'm not really aiming for wild card, to be honest with you. I think this is a team that if they can get to 500 or stay close to 500, I think that's a good season. I just don't think they're that good. It's hard for me to expect playoffs. I just don't see a playoff team, Craig.
Yeah.
Am I being too soft on them?
No, I think they expected to be a playoff team. None of the projection systems had them as a postseason team.
Did you look at them as a postseason team?
Well, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what they think. So before the season, the projection systems come out. A lot of them have them in the 75, 76, 77, 78, maybe a 79 or so. And honestly, I mean, the people in the organization felt they were better than that. How much better? I'm not really sure. I felt the projection systems were pretty spot on. I felt like between 75 and 80 wins was there. And like you, anything closer to that is a little bit of a bonus. But I you know what I think people have a problem with, and I think it's fair, is you see the foundation of some things that can make them a postseason team. And had they gone another step further with a trade or two, or things that wouldn't really cost them that much, you could have said, wow, maybe those one-run games losses would have been one-run wins had they had another player or two. So the other thing that you're hearing a lot now, and I can just debunk it, all these injuries, woe is me, all these injuries. We have so many. Orlando, every team has it. Literally every team has the injuries. The Marlins are, I think, 6 or 7 games under 500.
When's Wendell and Anderson coming back?
I think this weekend. But listen to this. They're 6 or 7 games under 500 now. They were listen to me, the healthiest team in Major League Baseball through the first week in May. The very healthiest, not one player on the injured list, and 4 games under 500 at that point. And now they're 2 games worse. So, I mean, what does that tell you?
Okay. How about Bender and Sulcer and Cabrera and those guys? What's the latest with them?
I haven't heard anything on Sulcer, and I haven't been able to go to the park at all. My son is in an all-star tournament. We're traveling all over the place here over the last couple of weeks. It's been insane.
Kick that ass.
Yeah, it's been crazy. We played last night. We play tonight. We play tomorrow. We play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We got rained out a month ago. We got to play into next week too. So it's hard for me to get there, but I can still do my work.
Did you get a second or third mortgage to pay for all that?
It's just the gas. It's it wasn't that expensive, honestly.
Damn
It
expensive.
is worth it.
hockey, baseball, and soccer, and tennis. God, if you're part of all that, it's like it costs money, bro. Costs money. Some serious. And if you're traveling, damn, bro, that's
Yeah,
fun.
so Bender maybe in a week or two he'll have to go on a rehab assignment. Have heard nothing on.
And
You
he
know,
froze. Okay, go ahead.
I was losing you there. Cabrera's injury, I don't think is that serious, so you could see him back fairly soon. And then Max Meyer is the other name in the minors that we're going to be keeping an eye on. I mean, they're basically out of options here. I don't trust the pitcher who pitched last night all that much, and I certainly don't trust Braxton Garrett, who's the other one, all that much. The two lefties they have, I don't know. I think those guys are replaceable pieces. They're fortunate that they have some depth, but I don't see them keeping them in games. And Orlando, the thing about Major League Baseball, which to me is the most fascinating dynamic of all, is that once a player comes up from the minors, and they've seen Castano and they've seen Garrett before, but now when they see him again this year, these guys come to the games, Orlando. They're sitting behind home plate. They're working for another team. And then they're going back and they're giving all the information. Here's what he does on 1-2. Here's what he threw 1-1. Here he throws up, and they crush you. The advanced scouting is unbelievable. So the stuff they don't have, those two guys don't have the stuff. They need guys like Meyer and Cabrera back.
How about bats wise? Is there a young guy we're gonna call up that we're about to see? What's the deal? No, nobody.
Maybe if they make a deal in August, then you would see that. But they called up this kid Girard Encarnacion, and he hit a grand slam in his first game.
Right.
And I know that fans want to see a lot of him. But in the end, I'm not really sure what he is. I mean, he has a lot of power, and I know he's done well in the minor leagues, but trust me, if this guy was a superstar prospect, he'd be in the big leagues right now. We'll see. We'll see what the future holds for him. Really big guy. Maybe they'll give him an audition in August and September. I see a lot of strikeouts coming with him. I see a lot of power coming with him, and they kind of have guys like that already in the big leagues. Like, how many can you have on the roster?
The game is full of a lot of strikeouts, so he fits just fine.
Yeah, no, true.
You know what I'm saying? So outside of Encarnacion, nothing else that's earth-shattering in the mind.
Is sort of turned things around. Their former first-round pick. He's hit a bunch of home runs. He seems to be playing a lot better. I think we'll see him for sure in August and September. I think that there. Listen, I just don't know right now, Orlando, which direction they're going to go. I think that if the trade deadline was today, what they should be doing is, and I hate to say it, gosh, it pains me because it makes it non-competitive, but they should be moving guys out for next year if it was today. Now, they're fortunate that they have another 20 or 30 games to make that decision, but I would love to see.
Abigail Garcia woke up last night, bro. He's going to get on a tear now.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully. I mean, he has 4 years to get on a tear, so hopefully it'll be in the next 2-3 years. I mean, look, he's by all accounts he's a good guy, and and this is not like he took the bag and ran. That I can assure you of. But look, they have these advanced metrics that show hard hit rate and hitting the balls on the ground, and he just has not looked like the same guy. Look, what's happening now is you're hearing a lot of Orlando, the numbers of the players in June and how they're all amazing in June. And nobody wants to mention the fact they played 3 games and scored 75 runs in Coors Field at the beginning of the month. Like that does factor into this equation here. No one wants to talk about it, but it's true. Some guys definitely better than others. Garcia's had a good month. He did not have a good month in April. He did not have a good month in May. His June has been good, but his June has been good, and Soler's has not been good. It's like, they can't get these guys together at the same time going.
No, I'm with you there. What's it called? Jazz Chisholm did not have a good road trip, was not in the lineup yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need another meeting and to slam him a little bit to kind of ignite it again? Because maybe that's what we need to do. Every couple of days, we slam Jazz Chisholm. We say he can't do this, he can't do that. He's too much bravado, and then he explodes. So what do you see in Jazz struggling from the road trip?
Yeah, it's interesting. Kind of the same as last season. He started off real hot, and then advanced scouting. They know where to pitch him. They know what he likes. They know what he's going to have to make the adjustments. But I'm confident that he will. I think that he'll be fine. It's interesting that he's the leading vote getter right now. Can you imagine Orlando, a Marlin, getting voted into the All-Star game? I mean, voted by fans across the country. That would be great. He's up against Ozzy Albies, who's not even going to be playing in the All-Star game regardless. So I think he's got a good shot.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man, he brings a little pizzazz to the game.
Yeah, he
There's
does.
there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy watching the kid. How is he to deal with? Because I've only dealt with him one time when we were at FanFest a couple of years ago, and he was fantastic. He was terrific. He was honest. That was the other thing that I talked to him, because one of the things that pisses me off about baseball is the players don't do a good enough job of promoting the game themselves on social media and other platforms. And he agreed with me when I told him, and he goes, "Yeah, we need to do a better job of that," which is obvious. And so I loved his honesty overall. How is he dealing with every day? What is it about him that might rub other people wrong? Because I like what I see from the kid.
Yeah, I mean, transparently speaking, I'm not dealing with him every single day like the reporters are that are there, but he's been great to me. I mean, could not have one negative thing to say. Anytime I ask him something, he answers and seems to be very transparent with those. So as far as my dealings with him, I mean, he's been perfectly fine. I mean, I have absolutely nothing to say except for he's been a pro.
All right. So, what are you working on? Sports Grid, Swings and Mishes, everything at Miami Herald. Talk to us. What do we do? Follow Craig Mish on Twitter.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks have really not been doing all that much, just with these tournaments going on. But I would tell you that I will be back at it very soon. Just taking a pause from things for a little bit, but certainly still watching the games. But Orlando, with the clubhouse, being open and me not being able to be there because I have a show that ends at 3:00, the dynamic of that definitely has changed. My hope is Saturday to get back to the park, depending on how these. I mean, I literally, my son has games every single day between now and next Wednesday, but I'm hoping that Saturday is there, and then new episodes of Swings and Mishes. Eventually, we will get back to that, and then the Angels are in town, Orlando, July 5th and 6th. Ohtani and Trout in Miami. I mean, that's a pretty big one, I think.
That's gonna be fun. Let's see if the boys can split that one at least. All right, follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. And of course, you can step into the batter's box every week with us right here, the Welt and Rheaume batter's box. And you can also go to the website, WRFLAlaw.com, if you need attorneys that are going to fight for you and fight against those insurance companies. And I am proof. They know how to take on those insurance companies. I can tell you that for a fact. Yeah, because I don't know if you know, I had some kids think that they were Fast and Furious, and they went through the wall of my house.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know, life has a way of kicking you in the ass. You just got to find a way to kick it back,
Yeah.
And so, so they had to take on the insurance companies first.
No, I like that. So Christopher Cross is like $150 a ticket. I don't know, man. We're debating that right now.
Do not go to Christopher Cross. One, he plays all his hot songs at the beginning of the show. He does it on purpose because he says people come late to his shows thinking that he's going to play all the popular songs at the end, and he doesn't. So he plays them early. Plus, he sings, Get Crossed in New York City and Run Like the Wind and all those songs. He sings them with no emotion. He just goes through those songs. The last time I saw him at the Broward Center, I was effing pissed off because you can tell he doesn't appreciate what he accomplished and the reason why everybody's there. And then he jams new music down your throat for the rest of the show.
Interesting.
And you're like, yo, dude, you're not known for this. You're known for Arthur, my brother. You're known for this song and that song. I want you to race for the Mexican border, whatever the hell that song is.
Right.
I want you to talk about that, bro. I want you to sing about that. I want you. This new album, none of us bought it. We bought the other ones, And so he's one of those artists that
doesn't appreciate the old stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and he's kind of tired of playing it. Which, dude, that's why you're here. That's why we're here. So Do not pay $150 for Christopher Cross.
Okay. REO Speedwagon definitely recognized all their old stuff is the stuff.
Of course. Yeah, they don't fuck around. They play the songs that they're supposed to play. Styx does too.
They do.
You know what I mean? Loverboy Mike Reno, I feel terrible. He ate like 3 of me, bro. I mean, wow.
That was rough. That was rough.
Wow. And that guy has a voice. Okay.
No,
okay. I mean, now it's not the same, but it's a shame. You can tell because he didn't take care of himself, man. What a shame with Mike Reno. But yeah, no, save your money on Christopher Cross, dude. Save your money. Go to YouTube and catch his old concerts. You're better.
All right,
off.
have a great day, buddy.
You got it. Be good. There you go. Mishmeister. We are in the batter's box. We hit a home run, and now we're out.
You've been listening to the Batter's Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
All right. We thank Craig Mish, as always, for joining us. Appreciate it. What else do we have here? All right. We got to thank, by the way, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro with our Sloman's Inside the Paint Show. If you missed that, it'll be podcasted very soon, audio and video. And Sean will put up both very shortly. Matt Verderam, we thank him as always. Jordan Schultz, Craig Mish, and appreciate all of you out there as always tuning in. We love you for all of that. Apologies with Danny Sabatello. We were hoping to have him on, but unfortunately we could not get him. Hopefully we will be able to catch up another time with Danny. We appreciate all of you out there as always, whether you made a donation on Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. If you visited one of our sponsors, we definitely need you to do that. If you hit the subscription button, please subscribe. Hit the like button, very important. Hit our also subscribe to our second channel, Big O Show Cuts. Sean is going to be putting all kinds of stuff there that you will not catch on the regular channel. Plus, we're going to use that channel for live stuff too. So you're going to want to keep up with that as we expand, not only here, but in the other channel also. So please go to Big O Show Cuts and also subscribe to that one. We thank all of you out there on the chat board, downloading the show anytime you are listening. We appreciate you all. We're getting closer and closer to football season. We're getting closer to NBA free agency, which should be very, very interesting. We got the draft right around the corner. We'll be in the Vegas Summer League next month. So we'll be right in the middle of all the action there, covering everything for you. So we got a lot of things coming up, and we're working on a lot of things. And remember, if your business, local, national, or international, wants to be a part of our platform and you want to get great exposure, great branding to being on our platform, or if you want to bring us on the road to do a live show at your business locally, statewide, nationwide, internationally, I'm looking forward to seeing the first sponsor that takes us internationally on the road. You can reach out to us on our business line. That's strictly for business, 786-754-4664. And like I said, if there's a business here in South Florida that wants to host our Dolphins program that we want to have once a month with 5 insiders, myself and 4 insiders, a show that guaranteed will bring one hell of an audience. And I think it's going to be one really killer show because nobody has ever done that. Also reach out to us at 786-754-4664. All right, we're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel, but we'll be at Hialeah Park tomorrow. Have a great one.
O Show.